What up, Moose? How you doing, bro? Good to see you. Good to see you. It's weird starting a stream without having like the game music going on in my ears. So we're doing something a little bit different. We are going to just have a pretty chill stream. Gonna have a list of videos I wanted to watch, and I figured, might as well watch them with some friends and do it on stream and see what it goes, how it goes. What's up, Bravo? So like I said, I got a list of games. Some of them I've seen, a couple minutes here and there, just to kind of check to see if this is kind of video I wanted to watch with you guys. Just kind of discuss our thoughts, and kind of go from there. So this first video is by Rasputin. When should a game end? So we'll see what he's got in store for us. I like this guy a lot. I've watched a lot of his videos.
How do you decide when you're finished with a game? That you've done everything you want to do and are ready to move on to the next one? For me, and I imagine a lot of others,
the end. Very simple. Beat the game, call it a day, the end. Just kidding. Let's see what he's got to say.
obvious answer is hitting the end credits.
Oh,
occasionally
see? There
I
you
will
go.
have the terrible idea to go for all the achievements, but typically once the credits roll, I'm done playing the game, regardless of whether or not there are more things I could do. While credits seem like a formality, there's a fair amount of mechanical power to them. They provide a moment of reflection to look back at what you just played, and they signal that you've completed the main content of a game, the stuff the developers viewed as the core experience. Hitting the end credits provides that sweet sense of satisfaction that comes from accomplishment, and seeing them roll always gives me a nice final hit of dopamine. However, the sense of finality that comes with end credits makes it really hard for me to jump back into a game. Leveling up and getting new abilities feels great when it's helping me progress to that main goal of taking out the final boss or solving some grand mystery, but once that goal is reached, I don't see the point in doing that stuff. When I don't have something I'm working towards.
That. I agree completely. I am addicted to the grind of video games. RPGs are my favorite genre. They will always be my favorite genre. You start off, you're weak, you're meager, you die quickly, it's tough, no bueno, no good times. Grinding and leveling up as you go, seeing the sense of progression, seeing not only the stats increase, but bosses that may have been tough for you originally are no longer tough. You're able to just absolutely destroy them. Just the sense of progression is what hooks me when it comes to video games. What's up, Grupo? Once I've finished that, once I've beaten the final boss, I have no desire to go back and do any extra stuff after that. Something like fetch quests or completionists or, people that, grind for trophies, trophy collectors, things like that. Good for them. I support them 100%. That personally is not what drives me. It's the sense of progression. And once I've beaten the final challenge of the game, I'm ready to move on with it.
Progression systems become meaningless. Like, yeah, I can do all these quests to get a cool weapon, but why do I need it if I've already accomplished what the developers wanted me to accomplish?
Exactly.
As my motivation stems from the desire
up,
to beat
Ronaldo?
a title, continuing after doing so always feels hollow. And look, I'm sure a lot of people are able to find
Messi's the
motivation
GOAT.
in just having fun with the game instead of needing to work towards some goal. And there are also lots of folks who find tons of value in how much extra content a game has. And, good for them. But I'm not built that way. I need to be working towards something greater. For the most part, I'm fine with not having the drive to continue with a game after beating it, especially with more story-centric titles. There isn't even that much to do after the credits roll except play it again. So more often than not, I don't feel like I miss out on all that much. But sometimes games introduce important content after the credits roll, and I always struggle with how to approach it.
So, good point. That's one of the reasons why I really appreciate games that have either secret final bosses, where after you've finished, the quote-unquote final boss, you can go out, you can get stronger, and you can eventually find a secret boss that is much, much more difficult. One of the reasons why I love From Software and the games that From Software makes, like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, things of that nature, is you have the New Game Plus aspect, where you basically start over the game, but you have basically all of your gear, all of your items that you got from your first playthrough, and then you're able to quote unquote start fresh, but with that same power that you have. But all of the other enemies have ramped up in terms of difficulty. They hit way harder. They got way more health. So the sense of progression still kind of stands for me there. Where once I go back and I start again, not only am I able to then fight those earlier bosses that might have given me a lot of trouble in my first playthrough, I'm able to absolutely wipe the floor with them, get that sense of like satisfaction where I'm like, yeah, I'm the boss now. But also it's testing myself where it's like, okay, I beat it once. Now the enemies are much, much stronger. Now the bosses are much, much stronger. Let's see if I can do it again.
Recently, this came up with Pokemon Legends Arceus. After the end credits, players are given an entire new quest line centered around capturing various legendary Pokemon. Out of all the story missions in Arceus, about a third of them happen post-credits. And while not every mission takes the same amount of time to complete, this still makes up a huge chunk of the game. Between those missions and filling out the Pokedex, players could easily spend more time with endgame content than the actual game itself. Of course, as I'm sure you already can tell, I didn't do any of that stuff. There were new things to progress towards, but they didn't feel as important as what I had already completed. This sort of thing isn't inherently bad. Having a substantial amount of post-game content give those who adore a title more time.
I have so much respect for people that have to like fully complete a video game, that have to 100% it, get all of the trophies. Good for them. That's awesome for them. That's not me. That's not me whatsoever. I'm good. I am good. I don't need to go collect 746 and a half Korok seeds. I don't need to find all the newspapers around New York City. I don't need to look for all of the hieroglyphs in the desert. No. Just no. Absolutely not. I'm good. I'm good on all of that. That's awesome for them. That's what drives them. That does not drive me. That does not drive me at all. That's what I think a lot of developers do to pad out the runtime. Because so many gamers look at how much money am I paying for the game versus how many hours did I play the game for. And that's how they determine if it was worth it for them. So a lot of developers look at it as like, well, if we add an extra 20, 30 hours of meaningless side content, but that constantly keeps them in the game for longer, a story that takes 45 hours to complete versus the same story, but you add another 30 hours of collection, now it's a 75-hour game. $60 doesn't seem like that big of a deal when you get 75 hours of gameplay. You know, good for them. That's not me. I'm good on all of that. Yeah, I'm staying here. Hey, that's what we like to hear. Welcome, Cheddar. If they hate the game, even if they hate the game, what do you mean, miss? What's up, Kings? Good to see you, brother.
Time with it, and those who have enjoyed it but are reaching their limit, an easy out where they can stop playing yet not feel like they've left the game unfinished. It is understandable why the developers approached it in this way, and I'm not positive they were wrong to format it like this, especially given the fact that the game is designed with kids in mind, many of whom may not have the attention span to beat a 50-hour game but can manage something shorter. It's also possible that the gameplay of the post-game is designed with a more niche audience in mind, and if they had made that content a part of the main game, it would have alienated a large portion of players by making the core of the game feel like too much of a slog. Nevertheless, the choice to place it where they did led to me and players like me who are motivated most by beating a game to miss out on some content. Which is a bit of a shame, as I've heard from multiple people that the end game of Arceus contains some of the most interesting story beats and moments in the game. Regardless of whether or not it was the right choice for Pokemon Legends Arceus to roll credits when they did, it does highlight how the placement of the credits can influence player behavior and satisfaction. As it defines the core experience most players will have, developers have to be cognizant of what they want that experience to entail. It's
funny that he chose that game. I beat Pokemon Arceus, and I didn't do jack shit after it. After I beat it, good, call it a day, moved on. I'm sure there was plenty of more content to go out and explore. I finished the story, beat the final boss, called it a day. You know, sunburn as hell, amazing, beautiful. Oh, I bet I've always wanted to visit Colorado. That's definitely one of the bucket list places I have in the States. That's awesome. Welcome in, Spooter. Hope you're having a great day. Come on,
Slow
work with me.
Clap's Kung Fu beat 'em up, Sifu. The game
I
consists
wanna
of
play
5
Sifu
levels
so
for the player
bad.
to work through, where they will take on hordes of enemies and tough-as-nails boss fights, both of which take considerable skill to overcome. Sifu's difficulty revolves around its resurrection mechanic, where every time the player character dies, they get older, and once they hit a certain age, they can no longer be revived and the player needs to restart the level. On a first playthrough, this will mean replaying each level over and over again to master the mechanics and finish at the lowest age possible, which is easier said than done. While playing, there were times I thought I'd never be good enough to get to the final boss at a reasonable age, but I kept trying and kept getting better, and after enough practice, I was able to not only get to the final boss, but also beat him. I felt that sense of
If you have never heard of him, one of my favorite content creators, his name's Afro Senju. He did an entire playthrough on this game. It was absolutely hilarious. Peak content. Go look him up. Go check that out. Spooter, what is this stream about? So this is just we're just kind of doing a chill stream today. I've never really done one of these before. So I have a list of videos that have piqued my interest. Bunch of different topics about video games themselves. Some are video essays, some are more comedy based, some are more introspective. So I just wanted to kind of watch some YouTube with some friends, hang out, watch some videos, and kind of give my thoughts and feedback on it, and hopefully get a discussion going and seeing what everyone thinks about him. Now, as far as Sifu is concerned, the premise of the game is so cool because it's got incredibly difficult combat, but the death and rebirth mechanic is so unique to that particular game versus other games that have kind of rebirth mechanics with adding the years every time you die. One of the things that he hasn't touched on, I don't know if he'll touch on it or not, as you get older and older in that game, you're able to do more damage, but you get way less of a health bar. So it's a constant mix and flow and match of just like, well, I hit a lot harder, but I'm also, I've got the HP bar of an ant. So this game in particular looks awesome. It's incredibly difficult, advanced combat style game, which normally I'm not really into, kind of like fighting games, but something about the mechanics and the storyline of that and just the rebirth mechanic alone has piqued my interest. So I do want to play this game. I don't know if I'll do it on stream or not, but this is definitely a game I want to play. Mountains above 12,000 feet are still snow-capped. That is wild. I hope you watch Witcher 4 demo. I can do that. Yeah, I can add that.
the pride
Thank you,
and
Cheddar. I
relief
appreciate
that comes
you.
from finishing a hard
appreciate
game.
that.
However, and I'll be as non-specific
What's
as
up, La La
possible so I
Land?
don't spoil anything, right at the moment I expected the credits to roll, a cutscene played instead that indicated there was a slightly different way to approach each of the levels, and then it set me back to the start again. Even though the story hit a natural and satisfying conclusion, due to the credits not rolling, I felt like I needed to keep playing. So I jumped right back in and went through all the levels again. This time, instead of struggling for the slightest bit of progress, I used everything I had learned from the countless times I had gone through the levels before and beat all of them with ease. After dominating the final boss, I felt like a gamer god. And then I was finally met with the credits. The true ending of Sifu feels like the sort of thing that would normally be optional post-game content, there for dedicated players who want an additional challenge, but easily skippable for those not interested. However, by holding off on the credits, Slow Clap made it a part of the core experience. As the credits rolled, I knew with complete certainty that had they come after beating the final boss for the first time, I would not have kept playing to see the true ending. And
To touch on that a little bit, another game that's on my backlog. I have an entirely too large of backlog. Every time I think about it, it gives me anxiety. Anyway, near Automata or Automata or however you pronounce it. Apparently, it did something very, very similar where you actually have to beat it a certain number of times to be able to get the pieces of the ending. And once you've completed it, I think it's like 5 times, then it kind of culminates everything together, and then you truly understand the story. So it's a very unique way of storytelling where it's like technically you roll credits, but in order to like actually get the answers that you're looking for, you have to dedicate that time to go through it and capture all of those endings and put them together. Expedition 33 is the most recent game I've kind of really played on my channel as far as a full playthrough. And this game had two endings. It had two endings, and it did such a wonderful job of drawing me in that once I finished the game and watched one of the endings, I immediately started a new playthrough. I was like, I have to see the other ending. I don't know what the secret is for game developers to be able to either, create that urge for their player base to want to go back and do it again to see the other ending. I don't know that, the true scope of like what that takes, but I know that some games do that for me and some games don't. So it's one of those things where it's just like that. It just is what it is. Sifu is definitely the type of game that I would go through and I'd want to do it again. Obviously, Expedition 33. I'm sure there's plenty of other games that I could think of that do that. But it's interesting how some games, it's like once you reach the credits, you're just like, I'm good. I'm done. I'm sure there's secrets. I'm sure there's whatever, but I'm fine. I'm good. And then there's others where like, no, I need more. What happens? I need to answer these questions, I beat this game. It was pretty hard. Yeah, I've heard it was very, very difficult. Batman. Oh, baby. Justice. What's up, Wildwipers? Good to see you, my friend.
And that would have sucked because I would have missed out on the amazing experience of witnessing how far I had come as a player. To be honest, until this experience with Sifu, I never spent much time thinking about how motivated I am by reaching a game's end credits, but now I can't stop thinking about it. And I find myself questioning whether or not I would have stuck with certain titles if their credits had rolled earlier. Like, would I have kept playing Hades had I seen the credits after the first time I beat the final boss instead of the 10th? Would I have played the epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 2 if they had separated it from the main game? Would I have searched for more endings in the Stanley Parable if there had been credits after
The Stanley Parable, I've never played it. I have watched some playthroughs of people playing it. That game is absolutely insane. If you don't know anything about it, I highly recommend you look into it. It's hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious, dude. The fourth wall breaks with the narrator. Just peak. Just so funny. Just absolutely awesome and hilarious. You need to check that out. The Stanley Parable.
every single one instead of just the Not Stanley ending. As these are all games I really cherish, I'd like to think that I would have continued with each of them, but given my track record, it doesn't look great. Ultimately, where to place the end credits ties into one of the great challenges of game design, determining which parts of a title should be mandatory and which should be optional. And as it turns out, there isn't an easy answer. If developers opt to make most content in a title mandatory, it could throw off the pacing, leading to a lot of bloat. Also, especially with less linear titles, if nearly everything is mandatory, it may take away some of the joy that comes with exploration. There is something special about uncovering secrets, of finding things that not everyone will find. It rewards curious players with new things to encounter and creates experiences unique to their playthrough. Of course,
Two points on that. One of the things I've said many times in my past streams when it comes to RPG games I've played on stream is I always say, like, it's kind of like a catchphrase at this point. It's like, remember, kids, always explore. If you find a main path, you can tell this is the main path that will make you go further and further into the story. Like, you're like, oh, that's a boss fight arena, or oh, all of the lamps are telling me that this is the main path. Always hit the side path first. Always try to uncover whether it's a secret to the story, whether it's a new weapon, whether it's an upgrade, whatever it might be. Always hit the alternate paths first. And I forgot my second point to that, but I did want to read Spooter's chat. It's just a similar premise to any creative field, like in writing for books. Some people always be satisfied just finishing the book, and some people will be compelled to finish the entire series. Game developers just do it in a slightly different way. The Stanley Parable is very good. I've played through every secret. I think that is impressive, because I heard there is just an absolutely absurd amount of secrets and branching paths in that game. So good on you.
the downside to not making things mandatory is that a portion of players will miss these things, and sometimes they may be an important
that reminded me. As far as missing content, some game developers are absolutely terrified of you missing any of their content. They break it down into such, what do you know? A baby's on the screen. He's probably about to touch on this. But they break it down to like such an easy way where, like, there's no possible way that our players will be able to miss all of the story, all of the interaction. We want them to see every inch of our game versus something like, which again, I'm going to tie back into From Software a lot because I absolutely love them. They're my favorite game developer. They don't care what you see or what you don't see. You could play through a game 5 times. This has happened to me. Elden Ring. I think I beat it 9 or 10 times. You could play through one of their games 5, 6, 7 times and still come across new things. Like new secrets, new caves, new enemies, like a new weapon. The fact that they have so many different things spread out and you truly have to work to be able to find those items and the fact that you can go through your entire playthrough and they're like, yeah, sure. You might find them, you might not. It is what it is. You know, like I love that they have that much confidence in their games that they could have stuff that's just so unbelievably hidden. I mean, they have illusory walls where it's a wall until you attack it and then it disappears and it could lead to a completely new area of 10, 15 hours of content and 3 new bosses. And you could just walk right on by and never know it was there. It's insane to me. It's insane to me the amount of confidence they have in their product that they can do that.
Part of what makes a game great. For instance, let's look at the ending of Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is a massive game with tons of secrets, from items to bosses to entire areas. On my first playthrough, I did some of the optional stuff, but was more focused on beating the game than anything else. So once I beat what I thought was the final boss and got to the end credits, I stopped playing. At the time, I knew there were more things I could explore as I hadn't cleared the map, but I didn't really know what those things entailed. A lot of it centered around collecting enough essence to improve the Dream Nail, which seemed a bit tedious. I had already gotten my dopamine hit and didn't want to tarnish.
I don't know what the hell a Dream Nail is, but if I had to collect a certain number of collectible items to then be able to see some sort of content at some point in time, I'm immediately not doing it. That part of the game is not meant for me.
That. So I convinced myself that whatever was left wasn't worth my time because I was able to beat the game without it. And while I do think that the Hollow Knight ending is fine, it doesn't hold a candle to the true ending. The real final boss, along with the steps it takes to get there, contains some of the most enjoyable and iconic moments in the game. When I went back to replay it last year and finally did everything, it launched Hollow Knight from being just a title I enjoyed to one that sits firmly in my top 5. The thing is, I wouldn't have known that there was more worth doing if people hadn't told me. Obviously, I understand that a lot of blame for that is on me for not exploring or being observant enough, but with optional content in games, it can be hard to know what will and won't be worth my time. Many titles throw out a slew of collectibles that don't amount to much, so when something feels that way, I pull back.
Yes.
And I can't help but wonder if I would have sought out the true ending in my first playthrough if instead of rolling credits after beating the Hollow Knight, it had given me a message like, "Yet the dream continues," and then set me back in Dirtmouth. It's hard to know for sure, but given the...
It's kind of creepy how similar me and this guy have, like how similar our thought process on video games are. Something along those lines of, you know, so the dream continues and it brings you back to the starting area. That would have hooked me. I mean, like, what did I miss? What do I got to do? Versus, oh, well, if you collect these 50 Spider-Man posters all across New York City, then you'll be able to unlock a 7-second cutscene. Okay. Cool, man. I'm good.
The fact that I'm so motivated by hitting the end credits, I think that would have been enough to get me to do the things I was reluctant to do in the first place. And with this, I find myself conflicted, because on one hand, I think experiencing the true ending is essential to fully understanding and appreciating Hollow Knight. But on the other, I think part of what makes it special for so many players is that it was something they earned through their own curiosity without the game telling them they needed to do it. Withholding the credits in an effort to incentivize players who didn't do everything into pursuing the true ending could cheapen that feeling for those who didn't need the push. Of course, I suspect a fair amount of people only learned about the existence of an alternate ending from external sources, which isn't ideal either, and that ends up being one of the big problems. As a player, it's difficult to know what optional content is worth doing, especially when part of what makes it worthwhile is the joy of discovering that it was worthwhile. I think I've just been conditioned over the years to assume that a lot of optional tasks tasks won't have that special of a payoff, and the challenge is primarily there for folks who enjoy 100%ing every game they play. Operating under that assumption does lead to me missing important things, but it also protects my time, which I don't have enough of. All this is
Also true. Yes. Never enough time. Never enough time. Too many video games. Too much menial bullshit. Not enough time. Sorry. I've got 30 other games in the backlog that I've been guilty about not playing. I need to try to get to them. I just don't want to spend another 30 hours on a collectathon.
tough to sort out, and I find myself feeling pretty conflicted.
So I'm sure I've missed quite a bit of pretty impactful, whether it was bosses or cutscenes or whatever it might be. I'm sure I've missed plenty of stuff in some major video games I've played over the years, but that's just it. Sorry. Time. You got to make me want to do it. One game I love to replay is a game called Alone in the Dark, because I liked how much you can learn about the story if you play both characters if they have slightly different interactions. See, something like that is something I'd appreciate. I could definitely see myself liking a video game like that. One of the games I'm playing right now, it's called Wise of P. There is a DLC that just recently came out, so that's what I've been diving into, was the DLC. But the game came out like 2-3 years ago. So what got me to want to play Lies of P for a second time was that, and I'm not going to dive into a whole story explanation of the game, but basically a lot of the major bosses are puppets, and they speak to you in like this crazy puppet language that you can't possibly understand. Once you beat the game and you go back through and you start again, now you can understand the puppets. And now you can understand what message they were trying to convey to you in the first playthrough, where it just seemed like, nonsensical, guttural noises. And it's unbelievable, like the cookie crumb trail that the developers left for you with the dialogue from these bosses that you didn't understand your first playthrough, that when you go back through and you play it again, you're like, holy shit, how... Like, I never knew that. Like, oh my God, that's insane. And it's like, literally, it's like, it opens your eyes to it. And you're just like, oh my gosh. Like, they were thinking in like 10 steps ahead. And, they were playing chess and I was over here messing around playing checkers and I missed half the pieces, So it's just like that particular game is one of the ones that I immediately think about when it comes to, like drawing me in to then come back and play it again. So something like being able to play the two different characters like you're talking about in Alone in the Dark, I could see that drawing me in, being able to see it from the two different perspectives and being able to take one piece of the story, the other piece of the story, and then putting them together to be able to get a full picture. I could definitely see the appeal of that.
Like, I think there is something intriguing about a game whose designers seem unconcerned with whether or not every player who beats it experiences its best content. But also, it seems like a terrible idea for designers not to do everything in their power to get players to engage with the most important parts of their title. And I've never felt more conflicted about this than I did after playing Nier
what do you know?
Automata. Nier Automata is a game that doesn't really begin until it ends. I would go as far to say that if you've only played through it once, you haven't really played it. And this seems to be a pretty commonly held opinion, as when I mentioned on Twitter that I was finally playing
Welcome
it,
in,
I got
Angus.
Tons of responses
Hope you're having
telling
a
me
great
that
day.
I needed to beat it more than once. The first
Oh, darn it. I wanted to go back. I saw
playing it, I got tons of
the game, and I cannot understate this, is not even half over after the credits. A comment like that, if I were to see that on like one of my playthroughs, someone were to put something like that, immediately I'm just like, what is this person talking about? Like, not even half over? What did I miss? Something along those lines that, like, I don't know. Again, I don't know the secret to it for developers' sake, but the fact someone's just putting a comment like that, boom, I'm immediately hooked. I'm like, what did I miss? The collectibles are not hidden in obscure spots, so you could discover some of the hidden story without having to look too hard. I don't mind looking too hard. I mean, I try to, I'm not a completionist by any stretch of the imagination. But I am also someone that tries, like I mentioned earlier, I will go to all of the other alternate paths, try to complete them, and then come back and continue on the main path. So I don't mind that at all. I don't mind the exploration. I actually enjoy the exploration. It's when it gets to the point where it feels like it's just padded runtime. For instance, like the Zelda series, Breath of the Wild, and I can't remember what the other one is called, but the Korok seed thing. They've got like 500 freaking seeds in there. That is just padding runtime. And there's completionists out there that will do that. I say miss me with all of it. That's too much. Hope you're having a great day as well. I am, Angus. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Responses telling me that I needed to beat it more than once. The first playthrough is satisfying enough, and it does feel like a complete game. Depending on how much you do, it will probably take anywhere from 10 to 30 hours to beat, and while parts of the narrative will feel a bit incomplete, the story is serviceable. However, seeing what really makes Automata special requires playing through it multiple times. The issue is that the game doesn't do the best job of making it clear that players should. After the end of the first credits, it does encourage players to do another playthrough with a message from the development team saying there are new perspectives to explore.
Okay, so let's say like I just finished the game and this is what I'm reading. To all players, thank you very much for playing Nier Automata. We have a special message for you. This game has several different storylines that change each time you play. You have witnessed the A route, but there are still many story elements and changes to the gameplay systems you have not yet seen yet. We highly recommend you play through again to witness the full Nier Automata experience. We hope you enjoy the rest of the game. What would have sold me right there was story elements and changes to the gameplay systems. I'd been like, how much can they really change the gameplay from playthrough to playthrough? Immediately, I'd been like, what are we talking about here? We're changing gameplay systems after I just quote unquote beat the game? Take me to the title screen. Let's boot it up. Let's boot it up. Alone in the Dark isn't like two different stories. It's just one story from two different perspectives with such different lore depending on which character you pick from the start. Okay, I got you.
And story beats
I'm
to
understanding.
C, but
My
to be
bad,
honest, if I hadn't been
misunderstood.
told beforehand that I needed to beat it multiple times, this would have felt pretty close to when you beat a Mario game and it tells you can now play as Luigi. A reason for some players to come back, but not one for me. This is amplified by the fact that the second playthrough is very similar to the first, so it isn't immediately obvious that it's worthwhile to continue. I was curious about how many players reached the true ending, so I looked at achievement and trophy stats from Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation to get an idea. And consistently across all three platforms, out of the players who finished ending A, less than half of them reached the final credits, with the biggest drop-off happening between ending A and ending B, which lost about a third of those players.
What's up, Cosmic?
It's a bit mind-boggling
How
to
are
me
you, my
that
friend?
so many people have technically finished the game, but will have a fundamentally different understanding of its stories, characters, and themes than those who reach the actual final credits. They truly are two different experiences.
I'm doing great, my man.
Honestly,
Doing
putting
great.
that much important content behind a credit roll is wild, and it's hard not to think it's a bad idea. In fairness, many folks in the target demographic for Nier Automata would be familiar with the game's director, Yoko Taro, so at least at launch, a large chunk of players would have been aware that this is how every game he makes operates.
Just like with what I was talking about earlier with From Software, these developers, the confidence they had in order to hide so much story and gameplay elements onto multiple playthroughs, that the people that will actually experience it are like the truly dedicated fans that'll go back and play it again and again. The fact that they had the confidence to hide that much content, spot on, top tier. I respect the hell out of them for it. The stream's going good, man. We're pretty new. We just started into it. We're only about 30 minutes deep. This is the first video on my list of videos I wanted to check out today. So we're going good. This one's called When Should a Game End? It's talking about
However,
when should a game end? Should it be at the final ending cutscene credits roll, or should you have games that you have to do multiple playthroughs in order to see them?
especially when a
What's
game
up, Bryce
is
Hawka?
that critically acclaimed, there's going to be people going in without that knowledge. And for them, some of the most important stuff of the game would be so easy to miss. Had there been no credits after ending A, I imagine more people would have kept playing and eventually reached the final credits. Of course, the fact that so much of the game is hidden behind a credit roll is part of what makes it interesting. It breaks down typical game conventions, and I won't get into specifics as to keep this as spoiler-free as possible,
Sounds good,
but it
bro.
does some unique
Have a
things with its
stream.
various credit rolls that justify there being so many of them. Also, based on what I know about Yoko Taro, I don't think he cares whether or not people stop playing his games because they can't get on board with his creative direction. He seemingly makes titles he wants to make and would rather do something interesting that loses people than compromise his vision. Which
seems
is
like an
hard not to respect.
interesting individual.
It's also worth noting that what I view as the intended or optimal way to experience a game almost certainly is not universal. There are surely players who loved Ending A but hated every playthrough after that, who adored Hollow Knight up until they got to the White Palace, and who resented having to play through Sifu an additional time to get the credits to roll. At the end of the day, when it comes to determining what to make optional versus what to make mandatory, developers are deciding between presenting that content in a way that will make it more likely for every player to experience it, even though it may not appeal to all of them, or presenting it in a way that will lead to fewer folks engaging with it, but those who do will be far more likely to enjoy it, as they're the type of players who search for that kind of thing. And I find myself not really knowing what the right answer to all of this is.
Same. I do not know the right answer. It's definitely a balancing act between the different sets of the player base, for sure. And striking the right balance between those two is got to be unbelievably difficult. I don't really know if there is a right answer. Some games will resonate with people more than others. But as a video game developer, if you are able to nail it, I'm telling you, people will tell their friends, word of mouth will happen, and you will sell an assload of copies if you hit that right balance.
To be honest, when I started writing this script, I firmly believed that most games, especially ones with important optional content like Hollow Knight and Nier Automata, would benefit from delaying their credit rolls. At the very least, this sort of thing would be good for me and players like me, as it would make it more clear that I should engage with certain aspects of a title. However, as I got further into actually writing the script, it became hard to shake the idea that there is value in being able to miss something. It makes it a mystery that people have to work towards, whether it be on their own or as a community, and it rewards players with something substantial for their effort. Effort not every player wants to put in. So yes, there is value to Sifu's approach of making players prove they have mastered the game to be rewarded with the credits. But there is also value in titles that withhold their most important moments and only share them with those willing to look. With every game though, there should be a purpose behind the choice of where to place the credits. Where a title like Nier Automata aims to say something with its structure, one like Pokemon Arceus seemingly just wanted to have a lot of post-game content and made a short-sighted decision by placing important story moments after the credits. Frankly, I wish I was the kind of player who's driven to find every secret in a game in the hopes that it will lead to something incredible. But I don't. Not. And I expect that I'll still stop playing games after seeing the end credits. It's just who I am. So while I do hope to see more titles find ways to push me to engage with content I'd probably enjoy but am likely to miss, with most titles I'll have to keep relying on people on Twitter telling me what I should and shouldn't pursue in them. As odd as it may sound, I could talk about end credits all day. They're an aspect that we often look at as separate from the game itself, but it can have such a huge impact on pacing and presentation. In fact, this script originally was far longer and talked way more in depth about certain end credits, but I realized that a lot of what I had was less about when to roll them and more about credit sequences I really liked. So I decided to take the stuff I cut from this script and create an extra video about my favorite credit sequences in video games that you can watch right now on Nebula. Nebula is a streaming service made and owned.
We're gonna call it there. I think that was a great video. I agreed with a lot of what he said, and it's like I said, it's kind of creepy with how on point we both were when it came to our perspective on on most of the points on this game. This was When Should a Game End by Rasputin. Now this came out 3 years ago, which is crazy how I just found out about this recently. So yeah, make sure to drop that dude a like. I mean, obviously he's a substantially larger channel than I am. Most of them will be, if we're being 100% honest, but I like always making sure to give them credit for their original content. So Rasputin, you did a phenomenal job, my friend. Suggest you look at Alone in the Dark. Just I warn you, it is a puzzle game with some combat and scary aspects, and a game that has a lot of reading to understand the puzzles and lore. A game developer, I believe that if you... as a game developer, I believe that if you want more content after the end of your game, you should hint at that. Yeah. Yeah, if you give... As long as you give hints to the players so that the ones that, will actually go out and do that, they'll know that there's something to go do, and then I think you're fine. But yeah, no, I really like that video. That was a really good video. Let's see. Now this one, the title alone of this one caught my eye as someone that is in his 30s, and my chat is now, whoa, no, that's not what happened. That's not what I typed in. Okay, what changes with gaming when you hit your 30s? I don't know why it just this right here.
I'm 36 years old.
The title alone, I got to give him credit. This guy's only got 1.68 subs, 1,680 subs. But the title alone and the thumbnail immediately caught my attention. And obviously it's relevant to me because I am a gamer and I am in my 30s. Now, I'm only 31, so I'm closer to 20s than I am to 40. So y'all chill with the unk status. But this caught my eye immediately. I was like, all right, I got to try this out. What's up, A-Man?
And in the world of the internet, I'm practically dead. Now,
Jesus.
I don't necessarily feel that old, but recently I have come to the realization that I am no longer young. The way I think about my life, my habits...
Hit me right in my feels immediately. Bro, chill. Listen, just because sometimes I wake up and my neck hurts or my back hurts or something else hurts for no reason, doesn't mean I'm old yet, damn it. All right, I got plenty of good years in front of me.
And my day is vastly different now to when I was younger. A lot has changed. Things that I once considered important are now not, and things I didn't consider important are. But
sleep, coffee, and silence. I feel you, dude. Yes. Even though I don't put nearly as much time into my sleep as I should, yes, it's so important as you get older. Goodness gracious. I have struggled with that, especially the last couple of weeks with staying up too late streaming. I have been killing myself, bro. I fell asleep at like 8 p.m. last night. 9 p.m. I was done.
But one thing has always been a consistent
on a
in my
Saturday
process is my love for video games. As far back as I can remember, my main hobby in life has always been video games. But recently, I've been feeling like I'm losing my spark for this media. There was a time
shout out, A-Man,
done so that I'd be able to jump into
what it do, bro?
I wanted to and decompress. But now, I look at this hobby as the chore. I find that I spend more time wishing.
By the way, Spooter, as far as the Alone in the Dark game goes, I will definitely do some research on it. I don't know if that's the right game for me. I don't like puzzles. I do not like puzzles. So I don't know if that's the right game for me. But I'll definitely look into it. My teacher in games design has literally taught us that we should assume that people don't understand subtle hints, so we need to spell it out if we want them to understand our games. Yeah, the majority of people are stupid. Spell it out. Make it so simple a second grader would understand. Absolutely. I support that teacher 100%. Put it in giant, bold, red letters right in front of their face, basically smacking them with it. Saying, here's your hint, dummy. Do this. That's what you gotta do.
Listing games and actually playing games. My hobby has become collecting rather than playing. So why am I not getting excited to actually play them? I still enjoy the buzz and the excitement around them, just not the physical act of playing them. It's a question that's been floating about in my head for a while, and something I've been thinking about a lot. I wanted to see if I could answer this question, so I can reignite that fading spark that I once had. Have I changed, or has the gaming world changed? Is this a bad change? Are games getting worse? There's a lot of factors.
Yes and no. Yes and no. I think one of the things with gaming in today's world is that there's so many options. It's terrifying to try to make a decision. It's like if any of you guys have like Netflix or Hulu or whatever, when you have hundreds and hundreds of options in front of you and you don't know which one to pick, and you just sit there staring at the screen for an hour and a half, and then you're like, all right, then you just get frustrated and you're like, I'm just done with it. I think it's the exact same thing when it comes to video games. When it comes to something like Steam, PlayStation Store, Xbox Game Pass, all of these options, what do you pick? And will you regret your decision because you could have been playing XYZ? Maybe. It's kind of like a risk if you think about it, and especially when it comes to monetarily. Like if you aren't paying for the streaming service, kind of like Xbox Game Pass, that's not as much of a financial risk versus like just straight up buying the video game. Video games are expensive these days, and they're getting more expensive. Thanks, Nintendo. Thanks. What do you pick? I was kind of running into this a little bit last year where there's so many games out. I was like, I don't know what to choose. I don't know what game to pick. And I just went back and played some of my games that I absolutely loved from years past, where I'm just like, well, I know for a fact I'll enjoy this. Let's go play this. I don't know if I'm going to like these new ones. I know for a fact I'll like that. Bro, I already gave you a shout out. What more do you want from me, dude? Chill.
To consider with this subject. One of those is...
Oh, great song.
As far back as I can remember, I've been playing
Chrono Trigger!
90s with point-and-click adventure games on
Oh,
the
that
PC,
game was
to
great.
Sonic and Micro Machines on the Sega Mega Drive, to now having multiple consoles and a PC to enjoy. In my teens, time was never a thought that
Phenomenal
entered my
game.
mind.
All right, dude, I'm done. Begging doesn't look good on you. Stop that.
It was so easy for me to wake up at 10 a.m, sit in front of the PC until 10 p.m, and just play. I had no real responsibility. I had chores and school and so on, but in my free time, it was mine to do as I wished. Now, I don't really have that luxury. Being a dad of one and a husband, a full-time job, staying active, making sure the house is clean, making food and so on, time seems to slip away faster these days. Once I have time to myself, you're looking about an hour, and that, really, if I'm lucky.
So that's one thing that I can't relate to because I don't have a wife and kids. So I have more time than this guy does, but I understand about the full-time career, and with the career that I have, there's not really days off. Like you might have a day off, but you get a phone call, next thing you know you're working half the day. So I totally get that. There's not enough time in the day to do work, cook and prepare meals, go to the gym, socialize with friends, clean the house, run errands, and then play video games. One of the points here or there, or wherever it might be, will fall off. You'll end up neglecting. For me, it's keeping my house clean as much as I would like to keep it clean. I choose video games over cleaning the house, and that's a horrible habit that I have that I need to do something to rectify. I think it's something to do with understanding with age. As recently, my dad in his 50s played Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. He just didn't understand, despite that he is really good at older fighting games. Okay, maybe I didn't understand that. Let's see. I think it's something to do with understanding with age. As recently, my dad in his 50s played Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. He just didn't understand, despite that he is really good at older fighting games. Oh, was he struggling with like the newer generation of game? Like was it too complicated, or too many buttons, or what was he struggling with? You sound like Asmongold. Don't say that. Don't say that. No, God, no. No, my house is nothing like Asmongold's house. Absolutely not. That is absolutely disgusting. I could never live my life like that. No, I'm talking about like there's too much pet hair on my floor and I need to sweep it up, and I might give it some more time. I might push it off a couple days, but no, God, no. I am nowhere. No. Nope. I like Asmongold as a creator, but how he lives his life is absolutely horrendously disgusting. My English isn't that good. It's all good, Spooter. No worries. I appreciate you for just hanging out and chatting with us. What up, Gaming Hood? Welcome in.
I'm not saying things were better back in my days. Even though I had a wealth of free time in my younger days, I did only have a handful of games to play a year, I relied on the generosity of my parents to buy me a game or two for my birthday and Christmas. And that one game would consume my time
Shadow of the Colossus, phenomenal
for
game.
many months.
That takes me
of
back.
course,
I got
have the
that. I got
opposite
that game for Easter when I was a kid, and I love that game. Great game. Great game, man. Oh my gosh, I sunk so many hours into that one.
problem. I'm able to buy what I want, when I want,
What I want.
but have not much time to play them. It's that classic problem.
Barcelona.
Steam sales,
Barcelona.
PlayStation sales, Nintendo don't have sales. It's a no-brainer to purchase a game with a 50,
Oh, it's funny 'cause
75,
it's true.
90% discount. Of course, I'm not unhappy with this. I love my life, and I wouldn't change it for anything. I just have to understand that
God,
things
look
have
at those
changed.
graphics. That's
Time
wild.
was never really a factor when it came to picking games. I never took a second to think about how long is this game going to take. But these days, I found myself getting hyped for a game and instantly go into how long to beat. And if it's more than 40 hours, I really have to ask myself, is this worth it? Say I only had 1 hour of gaming a day. That one game would take me over a month to finish. And again, that's if everything goes exactly to plan. There's been days where the day itself has been an absolute shit to me. And at 9 PM, I just want to unwind with some easy, consumable media. You scramble to find
Great point. And for people that have that busy of a lifestyle, whether it comes to kids, job, wife, husband, whatever it might be, finding the time to be able to sit down and play a video game, I'm sure can be incredibly difficult. And even if, like you said, you only have an hour, there's so many games out there now with such huge play times and run times that an hour, you're basically accomplishing nothing in an hour. There's been many games where I have played over the years where it's just like, fuck, I only got to play for 3 hours tonight and I feel like I didn't accomplish anything. So I can imagine when someone has that little amount of time on their hands that they want to find the most bang for their buck, because each minute has to be impactful for them. Because again, if they only get like an hour a day or a couple hours a week, they want to feel like they're actually truly accomplishing something and making progress, versus like what a lot of AAA developers have gone to these days is the giant open world system in place where you have to go out and collect 1,000,001 items and craft 1,000,001 things and talk to hundreds and hundreds of NPCs for meaningless side quests. And you see what I'm saying? Like,
I'm 36 years
I didn't mean to do that. Oh crap. Darn it. What did I do here? I think it was right around there.
I just have to understand that things have changed to think myself getting hyped for a game.
Almost
That's myself day. That's exactly to plan. There's been
Sorry about that. Messing everything up. So I can totally understand where he's coming from as far as that little bit of time. Now, granted, I'm a streamer. I stream multiple days a week. So you guys should totally follow and subscribe. Sorry, had to. Shameless plug. So I'm able to find the time, but it also comes with a lot of sacrifice. There's a lot of times where I'm not going out and spending that time with friends or family where, I'm sacrificing that for this hobby that has turned into, side income for me that I'm trying to build and build and build over time. So it's like I'm dedicating more of my time in my life to this, and it's not just recreational. I'm now looking at it as a side job. When I'm about to go live, I think of I'm clocking in. He just didn't understand, despite that we explained the controls and even mapped it to the same as his old Mortal Kombat controls. And I mean, I'm dyslexic, not that English isn't my native language. Gotcha. I get it. Yeah, I can imagine the difference between Mortal Kombat from 35 years ago to freaking, what was it, Smash Bros. Ultimate? I mean, God, that's a huge jump. Think of, from what technology was then to what it is like nowadays. That's a massive leap in technology and advancement versus people that are gamers, that have been gamers for the last few decades, have been able to progress with the video games as they've advanced, versus you're playing something in the 80s and 90s and then boom, all of a sudden now you're playing in the 2010s, 2020s. That's a huge leap that I could see being very difficult for a lot of people.
Been days where the day itself has been an absolute shit to me, and at 9 p.m, I just want to unwind with some easy, consumable media. You scramble to find time to actually sit down and play. You queue up the game you've been waiting to play forever, and then, not really feeling it. It happens far too often than I'd like to admit.
I'm not talking about Mortal Kombat from like 35 years ago. I'm talking like 10 years ago. Oh. Huh. Never mind. I guess take back everything I said. I don't know what to tell you there.
And having a time limit on my head, I end up scrolling, trying to find that perfect game
Good call,
to
good
play,
catch.
and end up playing nothing. However, an hour...
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm dying. I have to use the restroom. Street Fighter and Killer Instinct. Huh. Don't think I've ever played Killer Instinct. But I definitely played Street Fighter a lot as a kid. Be back in like 5 minutes. I've got to go do my Duolingo. All right, Spooter. See you when you get back. Come on, work with me.
One or two a day is not that bad. That's enough to play something, just not enough time to play everything. I guess, to help with that issue, I may need to reevaluate my... With all my hobbies, I've never really been one to narrow my interests. I genuinely do listen to all genres of music. Metal, jazz, rap, math rock. I watch films from all corners of the world and in any language. And it's the same with video games. I do prefer some genres of games to others, but I basically play them all. If it has an interesting mechanic and a decent gameplay loop, well, I'm in. I've always taken on more than I can handle. Even to this day, I've added extra pressure on myself to learn Japanese before I'm 40, to lose weight before the summer, to start a YouTube channel to talk about games, as well as keeping up with my guitar practice and keeping up with my actual gaming. I'm a hobbyist. Trying to balance all these things is impossible.
Psychonauts!
And when I do one,
that was a great game.
I feel guilty about not doing the others. Adding to that, I also suffer greatly from video game FOMO. If I see a brand new game getting rave reviews and critical praise, my eyes start switching. I haven't even finished the other brand new critically praised game, and there's another brand new critically praised game.
I feel that completely. I understand that feeling completely. Still want to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I've heard wonderful things about that game. Have not touched it yet. There is a whole host of video games that I still want to be getting to, but again, my backlog just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it seems no sign of stopping. It's hard, man. It's hard to keep up with that. It's demanding more and more and more of your time that just most people don't have to give. So you have to be very, very selective when it comes to the game that you're gonna dive into. Math Rock is like animals as leaders, and Pliny. I don't know what Pliny means.
Out there. A gaming sin of mine. Far too often, I will drop a game mid-playthrough to pick up the shiny new one, only to never return to the previous game.
Yeah, that's me.
16. And with having
That's
an
me.
increasing backlog of games, the ability to actually pick what I want to play has become harder. There's a very well documented and researched condition called analysis paralysis, which is a situation where overthinking and excessive analysis prevents someone from making a decision, leading to inaction.
Exactly what I was talking about earlier when it comes to Netflix or Hulu. That's it in a nutshell. I just didn't call it that, but that's what it's called. Interesting study that was done. I don't remember where or when it was, but I remember about this study that they took two ice cream carts or shops on the mall, and they had like on the opposite ends of a shopping mall, and one of the stores had like 50 different flavors of ice cream, and one had three: chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. And basically, what they did is, over the course of however long this study went, is that they would ask customers after they had bought the ice cream and ate their ice cream, their satisfaction level with their decision of the ice cream. And it was unreal, the difference in the satisfaction level of the people that had the three choices versus the people that had the 50 choices. Because the people with the 50 choices had such a high level of FOMO, of fear of missing out, of like, I really should have tried that one, or I really should have gone with that one. And it's interesting how just the amount of choices makes it so difficult for them to be able to make the decisions versus the people that had to choose between chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry. Super easy. I would assume 95% of people that have chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry as their choices will be able to choose one and be satisfied with their decision. It's very easy.
How many of us have spent time scrolling through a game library only to play something familiar or nothing at all?
Yep.
And jumping on TikTok and
This guy. Right.
I've entered a new phase in my video game playing where I just replay my favorite games instead of playing new ones. I'm not even playing to completion either, just jumping in and leaving. It's familiar and comforting and it's stress-free, which is what my brain is craving. As somebody who has always chased games, chased new mechanics, chased interesting visuals, I'm somebody who likes to jump in and try so many different things at so many different times. I follow so many video game content creators, all of whom have the time to play, research, and create content around games, that I almost get ashamed I'm not giving my hobby the same amount of attention. There are, of course, smaller and shorter games that I could be focusing on.
To be fair, and I get what he's saying completely, and he's not wrong, but to be fair, he's comparing his life and his amount of free time versus people that do it for a living. It's not even close to the same thing. They're getting paid to play the game early, learn the secrets of the game, and put out reviews, put out guides, put out playthroughs, and then that's how they make their money. Versus most normal people have a full-time job, wife, kids, responsibilities, pets, where the gaming is, oh, this is a little treat. I get an hour here, I get an hour there, where I can kind of just turn my brain off, forget about real life responsibilities for a little while and play the video game and have a good time. Versus the people he's comparing himself to literally are like, no, I have to play this game to get a paycheck. Some might even say that could take a lot of the fun out of gaming for those people, because they have to play the game for the paycheck, and if they don't like the game, well, too bad, you still got to play it. So it's a complete. It's the grass isn't always greener. Saying comes to mind when it comes to that.
I don't need to be chasing the AAA games. I don't need to be chasing what's best at that time. Which leads me to the last topic on my mind, which is... In my younger days, magazines were the go-to place for gaming news and reviews. To where I'd read
Game Informer! Oh, man, that takes me back. Oh, for those of you who might not be aware, Game Informer was a gaming magazine that would be sent out like once a month, and it was like a subscription style. And that was how I got all of my gaming news when I was a kid, was from Game Informer. For most of my childhood, we did not have a home computer or like internet. So Game Informer was how I knew about all the new video games that were coming out. There wasn't like a IGN YouTube video that you could go watch to see if it was the type of game you wanted to play. No, you had the Game Informer magazine, and it had all of the games that had been released recently and then games that were gonna be getting released soon, and it had pictures and it had freaking descriptions of the video games, and you had to decide if you were going to get your parents to buy you that video game based off of what you saw in that picture. What's up, Platt? Fuck is this? This is just something I'm doing today. It's just a chill stream. Got a list of videos that I've been wanting to see on YouTube, all of them relating to video games in different manners and aspects, and I'm just watching them with people and kind of talking about them, discussing my thoughts and stuff.
Yep,
that's what this is.
And what wasn't. What new game was on the horizon, and what were, at the time, the best games of all time. I use YouTube for most, if not all, of my gaming news and so on. I've played a good handful of games this year, all of which have been recommended by people I follow or watch on YouTube. But when I actually look at the games that have been released...
I didn't feel like getting angry at a video game tonight. I'm worn out. I needed a break, but I still wanted to stream, so this is what I came up with.
This year, I haven't played any of them. If I have a quick look at the best games of 2025 this year, there's only a handful I really want to play. Of course, looking further into the new releases this year, there's a lot of games I'm excited for. Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2, Snake Eater Remake, Okami. As I write this, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is out, and I'm really excited to play it. I'll just add it to the pile of games. Oh, God. I mean, yeah, of course.
I feel your pain, buddy. I feel your pain. I love Gaming Informer. Do they not do it anymore? I have no idea. I have no idea if they do or not. Even for the longest time after I left my parents' house and moved out, I think for like a year or two, they were still getting Game Informer magazines in the mail. And then finally they're like, why are we still paying for this? He doesn't even live here anymore. And they canceled the subscription and gave me all of the giant stack of Game Informers they had freaking collected. That takes me back, man. That is nostalgia incarnate.
There are games out there aimed for me. Not everything is aimed toward the larger market, but at the same time, companies want you to stay with the games for a long period of time, which does make sense. If you're going to spend 70 quid on a game, you want your money's worth. But when publishers sell the idea of long, multiple choice commitment type games, it does put me off. It is getting expensive to buy new games.
Boy, people are ready and willing to pay $80 or more for games, analyst says. Fuck that analyst. Fuck that person. Right there. You're part of the problem. You are part of the problem. No. So the thing is, video games have been basically $60 for most of my life. I get it. Inflation happens. Things are more expensive. Video games are more expensive to make. I get it. I get all of that. I understand the concept of money when it comes to game design. However, publishing companies and video game developers have never had it easier than they do right now when it comes to marketing. The amount of physical sales and distribution they have to do now versus 15 to 20 to 30, 35, 40 years ago, it's not even comparable anymore. They just have to sell you a code. Steam, Xbox Game Pass, PlayStation Store. I cannot tell you the last time I've went out and bought a physical copy of a video game. It's been years. So they don't have to pay for shipping and handling. They don't have to pay for mass production of making the discs like they used to. Like, yeah, they still got to make them. But instead of making 10 million, now they got to make 2 or whatever the number is. So no, they now have a substantially smaller budget for mass distribution than they've ever had before. And instead of saying, hey, we're saving all this money, now they're like, oh, cool, let's open up 2 more branches of our game development studio and then charge an extra $20 per game, an extra $30 per game, make the gamers fucking pay for it, instead of saving that money they would have spent on distribution to begin with. Fuck you. No. Pisses me off.
All the time. So when you do purchase one game, or even the free-to-play games, and that's where you sink your time into, it makes sense that you play one game for a long period of time. And this is only talking about the AAA market. The indie scene is bouncing with new, exciting, innovative games, all of which that I can't wait to sink my teeth into. As I mentioned.
And 90% of those indie games are like $5, $10, $20, $30. Expedition 33 is one of the greatest games I've ever played in my entire life. $50. $10 less than the AAA garbage they're putting out all day, every day these days. $10 less. Now you're trying to say you're going to charge me $80 for Mario Kart? Get bent.
I spend a lot of time in the gaming news world. My social media following is a lot of YouTubers and so on, all of whom talk about upcoming games. What's good, what's bad. This has turned into my new magazine.
What?
I don't rely heavily.
How did it get?
Marketing, the interest. I guess I need to make some sort of.
Somehow. I went back in time.
So why am I not getting excited to actually play these games? My actual interest in video games is still there. I still follow all the information. I still get excited at new releases. But why am I not actually getting excited to play them? I guess there's one question I really need to ask myself. Does any of this really matter? My brain says yes, but my logical brain says no, it doesn't. I know deep down it doesn't matter if I don't play the newest game each month. It doesn't matter that I spend 6 months playing one game, and it doesn't matter if I stop playing a game that I liked. The problem here is me.
I feel like I should give this guy a hug. $80 is crazy. Yes, $80 is crazy. It's ridiculous how expensive it's getting. And then the AAA industry uses AI for 20-ish of the game content, i.e. textures, side missions, and the fact that Unreal Engine 5 does so much of the work for them now. Like, the ability and the technology has advanced so much that it makes so many old roles in a video game developer obsolete. Literally, Unreal Engine 5 is a cheat code compared to the leaps and bounds they had to do when it comes to making video games, even so close as 15 years ago. The fact that a team of 5 people can make a video game in 5-10 years with something like Unreal Engine 5 and it look close to AAA quality for a 12th of the budget of these major AAA games. Expedition 33 is a great example. There was 30 people that made that game. 30 to 40 people made that game with literally like a fifth, if not even less, of the budget of some of these major AAA titles these days. It's because they've become so bloated. So many of these game developing companies have become so bloated, and they have so many departments of meaningless tasks and meaningless job titles that, of course, their prices are going to skyrocket. And of course, they think that they have to charge more for the game and put the cost back on the consumer. And the problem is people will pay it. People will pay $80 for frickin' Mario Kart. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Good for them. If they enjoy it, they don't feel like they're getting swindled and they're having a good time. Good for them. You got me all the way fucked up. No way in hell am I paying $80 for Mario Kart. No way. You're out of your mind. And Mario Kart is the start of it. Nintendo is showing the other game developers what they can get away with. If Mario Kart sales are truly successful and they do really well, green flags for all of the developers out there that were like, oh, well, if Nintendo can do it with Mario Kart, we can do it for this game, we can do it for that game. No, you're opening up the floodgates. You are opening up the floodgates.
I guess, in a really strange way, it was my last thread holding on to my youth. It's me needing to accept the fact that I am not who I was 10, 20 years ago. And that's fine. As I said in the intro, the way I think about my life, my habits, and my day is vastly different now to when I was younger. So this clearly needs to apply to my hobbies. I have, of course, already done a couple of things to help me. I honestly don't care anymore about needing to play a game on normal or hard. If it gets to the point where I spend too much time on one section...
Dude, the dead body physics in Dark Souls 1 is something to be studied. Just look at that. You know for a fact that creature is like 500 pounds and they're just whipping, flowing around. Ain't no way you called this Unk Reacts. I did.
The difficulty
Yes, I did.
will be dropped. I'm lucky as well. I've never been a completionist.
Everyone else is
or a
calling me
trophy.
Unk.
Once credits roll,
Might as well
I'm
lean
out.
into it.
And that's a pretty good time-saving characteristic of mine. I've really narrowed my field of vision when it comes to purchasing games. There's a lot more factors that I need to think about, and not just, ooh, there's a new shiny one. How
Shinies.
different and or innovative is it? How is the story? Is there a story? How good is it? Is it Final Fantasy? And to add to that, I do need to stop caring about the FOMO and just learn to love and enjoy.
In case you haven't played it, Chrono Trigger. Find a way to get an emulator on your PC, play that game. One of the greatest RPGs ever created. Even to this day, it holds up. I did a playthrough of Chrono Trigger about a year and a half ago to bring back all the nostalgia, and I was wondering if it was just rose-tinted glasses with my nostalgia glasses on. No, still a phenomenal RPG.
What I'm playing
Welcome back, Cosmic.
at the time. To some, all this is obvious. To me, it wasn't. My love for this hobby hasn't gone. It's just changed. There will be times I'll play an 80+ hour JRPG. There'll be times where I'll play 3 10-hour-long games in 1 month. There'll be times I'll play nothing at all in a month.
At all.
There'll be a time when no new games excite me, but I'll always have a backlog of games to enjoy instead. I can still enjoy this hobby of mine like I've always enjoyed it. I just need to put less pressure on myself. I need to stop being harsh on myself for not doing everything and start enjoying doing something. The years I've spent playing games have given me amazing memories, and that's never going to go away. In a couple of years' time, I'll be able to sit down with my kids and play games with them. I'll get to show them what games meant the most to me, and they'll get to show me what games mean the most to them.
So I am nowhere close to having kids. Nope, not yet. No. But what he just touched on, my cousin has 3 kids, all below the ages of 7. He and myself have gotten to introduce them to video games and have gotten to see them grow up with playing video games with me and him. It's so cool. Not gonna lie, it is really, really cool experience to like get to see a video game that we loved growing up through the eyes of a child and get to see their reaction with it. That is such a cool experience. Just can't recommend that enough. It's really cool.
And I can't wait for that day to come.
Great video. And this dude, his name's Penry. 1,680 subs. Fantastic job. Fantastic video. I enjoyed that a lot. Good for him. Make sure to like that video for him. Drop a like. That is awesome. I mean, he did really well on it. It was for a channel so small, 112,000 views on that video. Good for him, man. That one video might put him on the map. That's awesome. I only saw 10 seconds of it, but WVid. It wasn't really gaming as you get older. I mean, it's mainly for like us unk status people. I don't know if you'd be able to resonate with it, just with the age discrepancy. Let's see. All right. So this one's title alone drew me in. I was like, what the hell is this guy talking about? You need to stop playing games you hate by Respawn. Like, why would anyone play a game that they hate? I was like so confused. I watched like the first like 45 seconds. And I was like, all right, adding it to the list. I want to see what this guy's on about. Why would I play a game I hate? I don't know. Can't say I relate. My nephews play similar games that I do, and the few old games I played are either so old they basically don't exist anymore or are new enough that they're still played commonly. One of the ones that was really cool was a game from my childhood that I absolutely loved, still to this day, was the original Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo 64. I pulled out my old Nintendo 64, dusted off all of the dust on it, got it out of the attic, and we booted it up and played it with the kids, and minds were blown seeing the controller. It was one of those I don't know why my mouse is doing that. It's like on the opposite end. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe I gotta put it over here. Yeah. But it was one of those purple ones where you can see like all the mechanics on the inside of it because it's kind of like a little translucent. That was so funny seeing their reaction to the controller, man. It was awesome. It was really, really cool. But no, they ended up having a blast with it, even with like the old school graphics and everything. They didn't know any better, so they had a great time. So I thought that was really cool. But yeah, let's get into it. You need to stop playing games you hate.
Gaming sometimes sucks. If you're anything
True.
like me, that is something that you have absolutely thought to yourself lately. Gaming just isn't what it used to be when I was younger, or maybe I'm just getting older and growing out of gaming. These are all
it.
things that I thought
hurts.
when gaming started to become unfun, and it felt awful. Gaming has been something that I have used for
What do you know?
entertainment
Chrono Trigger. Nice. These people know games. Truth hurts. You ain't
for
lying.
decades. But slowly, I began to notice that this thing that once used to bring me so much happiness was starting to feel more like a burden instead of an escape. The reason behind this feeling was so obvious that I probably made it the title of this video. If you want to start to enjoy gaming again, you need to stop playing games you hate.
Interesting.
To understand why you need to stop playing games that you hate, it is important to understand why somebody might play a game that they hate or that they might not be having fun with. One of the things for me, and one of the things that I see a lot of people talk about, is gaming as nostalgia. Like, for instance, if you were to look through all of my YouTube content, you'd see in there that there's a lot of sports games. I grew up on sports games. I would go stand in line at a GameStop with one of my friends to get sports games and then come back and play it for hours on end.
Look at those graphics.
I would lose myself completely as a kid in the newest Madden. I've always told stories about how me and one of my friends who passed away would spend weeks on NFL 2K5.
I see something like that and it makes me want to vomit. I enjoy sports games, but something like this, that is a part-time job. That is a part-time job that I have no desire to apply for. Absolutely not. I just want to fire up the game and throw some touchdowns. Well, granted, I wasn't really big on the football games. I was mainly a FIFA guy. I played the crap out of all the FIFA games for well over a decade, or like the UFC games. So, yeah. Football wasn't it for me when it came to video games. So, I mean, I can see the appeal, but that just no, God no. Too much details, too much stuff going on.
To get like the best training that we could for all of the players that we were acquiring. And I did say NFL 2K5. I am that old. But I found that
I
every
feel you,
time
brother.
I bought a new Madden or bought a new NBA 2K I was always chasing that feeling that I had when I was a kid, trying to capture that moment again. And I notice it in a lot of videos that I watch too.
Ooh.
The gaming landscape in general. Like taking Madden, for example.
Remove features and create bugs/problems. Bring the removed features back slowly and fix the recently created problems. Get called a step in the right direction by gaming critics and trick just dumbasses into buying their shitty game. And then remove features and create bugs and problems. Yeah, that sounds horrible. Sounds like a horrible
A
cycle.
lot of videos that you see are creators talking about how, Madden just isn't what it used to be. It used to be so much better. There used to be so many of these things that we could do back then that we just can't do now. And absolutely, like the things that were back in the game before should definitely be something that is in now, but it's always talking about the past, like how the past used to make you feel about a game, where the present just isn't quite making you feel like that anymore. And for me, realizing that after probably a decade of stagnation in some of these games, and maybe even longer, I accepted that I'm never going to get that feeling again, ever again. And while my journey has mainly focused on sports games, this is happening across the entire gaming landscape. People will play any game that they hate, chasing that feeling that they once had before, getting huge kills.
Okay, I can understand this to a degree as a From Software diehard lover of those types of games. I can understand that thrill of finding a game that is able to elicit the emotions that From Software games can elicit for me. The feeling of fighting a boss for an obscene amount of time, dying a lot, getting frustrated, getting angry, eventually learning, eventually adapting to this boss, understanding the rhythms, understanding their combo strings, and then able to finally succeed and absolutely destroy that boss. And then just the flood of emotion and just vitriol, just outrage and accomplishment and joy and relief I feel when I finally beat that boss. Not many other games can touch that feeling for me, cannot provide that for me. So I'm constantly looking for that release of dopamine in other video games. And whenever I find video games that do get me close to that level of dopamine release, I'm like, yes, I'm here for it. And if video games don't give me that, I quickly lose interest in them. And I'm not as hooked to them as what I would feel for games that I truly love. So even though I'm never really been a huge sports video game guy, I can see where he's coming from as far as trying to chase that feeling and it being like a fleeting feeling for him.
In a Warzone match to end it out on your first win. Having a perfect ult to win your first ranked game in Overwatch. Finally clearing that big raid with all of your friends in World of Warcraft. Always chasing that feeling that you once had when you were younger, but never quite achieving it. The reason I chased the nostalgia over and over and over again was because I hadn't yet realized that my taste in gaming and video games in general has just changed over time. I didn't grow old, although being in my 30s in this space feels like I'm 2,000 years old, but...
Yes! Thank you. Especially when half your audience is freaking teenagers and early 20-somethings. They call you unk all the time and old and all that shit. Yes, feel you, dude. Right there with you. Yep, I can relate.
I didn't grow old and grow out of gaming. I just grew out of the games that I enjoyed playing. So if nostalgia is a powerful tool that keeps us all engaged with the video games that we're playing,
No,
how might
I don't need a
somebody
cane.
break away from that? And while this may seem extremely simplistic, maybe even fucking stupid, you need to realize something. You are never, and I mean never, going to feel that same feeling that you had when you were younger playing these games today.
Don't you say those things to me. Don't you put that curse on me, Ricky Bobby. I will find it. I will get it again. This man's speaking crazy talk over here.
As I said a minute ago, me and one of my friends would spend hours getting the perfect training in NFL 2K5. And another one of my friends would go up to GameStop every year and wait in line for the new Madden. As I
Cosmic.
loaded up Madden 24 2 years ago, I realized that I'm never going to feel the same way about this game that I felt when I played it with my friend all those years ago. The majority of sports games being created now have just moved away from what I enjoy, and they're never going to go back to what I enjoyed. Is that the fault of the company? Well, yes, and I'll get to that later, but overall, it's just the games have changed and my tastes have changed. Instead of chasing a feeling in a game that I knew I was never going to get that feeling from again, I just started to play other games. Then I haven't looked back.
Also, I can't remember what that game is at this moment in time, but it actually looks a lot of fun. That game looks like a lot of fun. I already figured that out with COD. Luckily, I found a different way of enjoyment from zombies. How so? What have you done to spruce it up?
And I also want to add here, because it is
Good
something
pass.
that a lot of people have told to me.
Horrible
You know,
shot.
they'll say something along the
Good
lines
goal.
of, well, Zane, I only play FPS games. I don't like anything else. I only like FPS games. And none of the FPS games have been good. I'm just not enjoying them. But that's all I play. And while there are people who will never play something outside of a specific genre, I always ask, have you just tried playing something else lately? So many games and so many genres of games have been birthed in the last 10 years.
I feel bad for that type of gamer that can only play one genre of game. I genuinely feel bad for them. I feel like that completely limits so much enjoyment you can get from the hobby that is video games. If you limit yourself to just one type of game. I could never do it. I could never do that. I have my favorites. I have the games that I stay away from, but there is a huge swath, a desert, a literal desert, an ocean, if you will, in between games that I will absolutely not play and my absolute favorite games that I love and will never stop loving. Nah, just play COD. That kind of mindset. Just, no, I only play COD. brother, you might have some things you got to work out in your brain, because that just sounds awful. That just sounds awful. Make it as difficult as possible. Focus on any kind of stories it produces, or simply find random small goals like weapon skin grinds, fun little challenges. Hey, if that keeps it fresh for you, that keeps you coming back and enjoying it, then dude, I support that 100%. Hell, that's what I did kind of with the second playthrough of Expedition 33, where I knew two characters were basically too broken and too OP, and I was worried that would eliminate a lot of the enjoyment of my second playthrough, so I put them in the back line and I never touched them again until I absolutely had to. Till like it was literally scripted where I had to use them. So I do the same thing when it comes to imposes the smaller challenges. I used to be that way. Thank God I branched out a bit. I used to be one. It's not an issue while you're at it because you don't know. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah. Ignorance is in fact bliss. You can get sucked into it. You can get sucked into the grind of it for sure. But you have to be able to take a step back and realize there's other stuff out there. Hell, and I feel like I've actually grown a lot, even though you were kind of giving me shit earlier about it when it comes to like me playing Marvel Rivals. But if you remember, Platt, I specifically said that's not my style of game. I flat out said it. I watched 30 seconds of gameplay and I was like, that's not my style of game. But I gave it a shot, and then I became addicted. And have played it for months. Have played it for literal months. The people who only play COD steal from gas stations or are in school still. Steal from gas stations? Damn, Kings! Holy crap. Remember very well. It is a very common conversation with Boyk and I. Oh, I'm sure. I bet Boyk brings it up all the time.
And as humans, things change. Something that maybe you didn't enjoy 10 years ago might be something that you enjoy now. For me, if you would have told me 5 years ago that I'd like this little game behind me called Summer House, I would have smacked you in the mouth. But this $5 game,
Yeah.
where there is no winning, no objective, just creativity, is something that I have immensely enjoyed. It's almost therapeutic to me. And the only reason I found it is because it was randomly recommended to me through my Steam homepage. What I'm trying to say is just
I look at that game that he was just talking about, Summer House. I take one look at that and I immediately think, ew, no, I would never play that game. But I also know myself. I could also see an alternate reality where I sank 50 hours into that game. And there's not really much of it in between there, is it? It's either, ew, no, get it off my screen, it's burning my eyes, like, oh god, my eyes. Or it's just like, don't fucking text me, don't call me, leave me alone. I'm stuck in my little fantasy world building my house. I'm fine. And a green bomb just came out of the rep. Yep. Great, Cosmic. Yes, thank you, sir. Yes. Wonderful reference, bro. Wonderful reference. It's so the game is so much better with friends. I will admit, Marvel Rivals is so much better with friends. Playing it with randoms is not the play. Random notice, but Resident Evil is on sale. All of them, most are around $5 right now on Steam. Oh, damn. Again, and I'm going to say it now, and you guys are going to give me in with shit. Resident Evil isn't my type of game. Maybe for $5 I could try it. Maybe. I'll think about it. Used to think, ew, no, to farming simulator. Now I play it casually as a staggering 12-hour... and not realize I haven't stopped. Yeah, I can see myself falling into that.
Therapeutic
that
to me.
Same...
And the only reason
time
I
vortex.
found it is because it was randomly recommended to me through my Steam homepage. What I'm trying to say is just give some other games a shot. You never know what you might like now. And hell, maybe out there is your Summer House, a game that can help break you away from that feeling that you've been chasing for probably years now. But another big reason that people play games that they hate, and it's probably something that you've seen countless of YouTube videos on, and that is the sunken cost fallacy. The phenomenon whereby a person is reluctant to abandon a strategy or course of action because they've invested heavily in it, even when it is clear that abandonment would be more beneficial. Sunken cost fallacy is purely based on human emotion, which makes it extremely easy to fall into in all facets of life, not just gaming. Rebel Moon might actually be one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life, but I'm already 30 minutes into it. Might as well finish it and see if maybe it gets better. Or completely changing the type of content. As well finish it and see if maybe it gets better. Or already 30 minutes into it.
Now you guys are...
finish it and see if maybe it gets better.
Sorry, now you're seeing one of my addictions. Whenever I see like little things like that pop up or whatever, and I have to go back and pause it. I have to find that. I have to see what the message was. I don't know. I'm weird. It doesn't. This movie is shit, wrapped in cat shit, and should be launched into the sun, along with anything else that comes out in this universe. Pack Netflix up and shut it down for even suggesting that this might be a movie that I would enjoy. Don't watch this. It is pain. I'll never get this time back. Did you stop framing this to read what it said? I did to you what Rebel Moon did to me. Now you know how I feel. Share my pain. I love this person. I love this man right here. So glad I went back and found that. Oh, that's great. That's great. Respawn, you're a genius. I like this guy. That was awesome. Bro, if that comment doesn't sum up you, Platt, and you, Cosmic, together, I don't know what does. The creativityness of Cosmic with the sheer spite of Platt. Boom, gentlemen. Right there.
Or completely changing the type of content that you do on a YouTube channel definitely is hurting the amount of views that you're getting. But I mean, you've already committed to changing it up and doing this type of content, so you're not going to go back now. You might as well just stick to it and see what happens. It's extremely difficult to break away from
This
a
guy's
game
funny.
when you have given that game so much of your time or energy or money. You might not want to quit playing.
Oh no. Okay, now he's throwing shots at me. I think I've mentioned this on my channel before. There is a mobile game that I played every day, every day for 2.5 years. Every single day I logged into this mobile game on my phone and sunk anywhere from 45 minutes to more hours than I care to admit. Every single day. I put so much money into that game on my phone. Hundreds of dollars. Hundreds and hundreds of dollars into that game. Addiction does not cut it. That word does not even begin to scratch the surface of what that game, the power that game had over me. Finally, I got to a point where I was like, I have to step away. This is unhealthy and is going through my savings. It is making it hard for me to pay all of my bills on time. And I stepped the fuck away from that game. Even though I had sunk almost 3 years of my life into it, it was like a breakup. I had to just get the fuck away. I had to delete it from my mind. I had to delete it from my phone. I was like, I cannot go back to this. I can never go back to this video game. And the sunken cost fallacy of just, oh, well, you've already put 2.5 years of your life into it. You should keep playing it. Otherwise, it'd all be a waste. Is a horrible, horrible way to look at games. It's a horrible, horrible way to look at a lot of things, especially any sort of addiction. Let me tell you. So the man unintentionally threw all of the shots at me with that last statement. Siege is one of those games. Send that small clip to Blake. Fucker spent over $100 on cosmetics on Siege. I don't doubt it. In the slightest. There's a mobile game. That's all I needed to hear to know that your
World
bank
of
account
Warcraft
didn't
because
exist anymore.
You have 15,000
Yes.
hours in it. And if you quit now, all of that time is all wasted, right?
Ding, ding,
Or
ding.
how can you justify quitting Genshin Impact? Because, I mean, you've put $10,000 into it, trying to beg Hoyoverse to give you all of the waifus.
Now, I ain't on that level. Whoa, I am not on that level. Absolutely not. But it was a substantial amount of money. But never that. Jesus Christ. That was more than my last car. Man, emptied the whole mag into you.
To add to your collection of waifus. When breaking out of the sunken cost fallacy, it's extremely important to change the perspective at which you're looking at your current situation. Let's say you do have 15,000 hours in World of Warcraft. Does stopping playing it right now take away all of the fun and excitement that you had when you were enjoying the game?
Nope.
Maybe right now you're not enjoying it. Okay, then let's look into the future and see what maybe 15,000 more hours of you playing a game you're not enjoying might look like. Life, in the grand scheme of things, is extremely...
What is going on this screen right now? I don't know what this is. That makes me want to vomit. You don't even have enough room on your screen to see the boss you're fighting. What is this game? That looks horrible. Any person who plays Destiny 2, I believe, is this way. D2 is a money gobbler. And just threw a whole ass warehouse of nukes at all the down bad Genshin Impact players. You know, you say you love to dive deep into games. This is one of those games where you properly dive deep. Oh, God.
short. If you were to pour all of this time into something that you're really not quite enjoying anymore, is it really worth it? And the same goes for
No, it
money.
is not.
I mean, not just time. The money that
Welcome
you have
back, Moose.
spent in the game that you've played for who knows how long, that money's gone.
Forever.
It's just gone.
Yep.
Shifting the perspective
You'll never
is
see it ever
when
again.
you were enjoying the game, you were willing to give the company, give the developers a little.
Here, take all of my money. I don't need this. I didn't just spend the last 48 hours of my life earning this money. No, it was for you all along. Here's a giant pile of cash. Please give me dopamine. That's what you're doing, and that's what I did.
Money on the side.
And I'm ashamed to admit it.
Hey, I'm enjoying this. I'm getting value from this. Here's some money from all of the value that I'm receiving. Stopping now doesn't take away from all of the fun that you had with the game in the past. You're just not enjoying the game as much anymore. So you have chosen not to support it monetarily. It may be difficult, but just try to shift your
That's how I view YouTube, not gonna lie. What do you mean?
perspective. Whatever situation that you're in, if you're watching this video and you're like, man, yeah, I really hate the games that I'm playing, try to shift the perspective on what things might look like in the future for you for that game that you're playing. That new view on the games that you're just not enjoying could snap you out of whatever game you are playing and allow you to spread out to try new things. It doesn't take away from anything that happened in the past or any fun that you had with things in the past. It just helps you to look towards the future and what the future could hold for the entertainment that you're getting.
I had to shift my focus to make myself feel better and call it happy donations to support something I enjoy. Otherwise, it just hurts. Yeah, I get that. Dude, gentlemen, I know this is so different from my normal streams. But man, this dude knows what the hell he's talking about, and I'm actually very, very happy I decided to have a stream like this. This video ain't even half over, and I've already rethought half of my life choices.
Something that I pair up with sunken cost fallacy is just the overall skill that one might have with a game.
Preach, Cosmic,
I don't know about
preach.
you, but I like to be good at stuff. Showing off my skill in games is fun, and learning new.
You should do a tier list for real. It's funny you say that. I may or may not have a tier list in the making right now.
Things that make me even better is also quite fun to me. I find enjoyment in the chase for perfection.
Look at his character with him. he's living his fantasy, and he's enjoying every moment of it, and I'm so happy for him.
I know I'm never going to be perfect, that's impossible, but the chase for perfection, the journey to perfection, is extremely rewarding and fun to me. And once you reach what you believe is your apex, it might not actually be your apex, but what you believe is your apex, it is extremely hard to get off that ride. Boring to bring up another sports reference, I know, but I mean, it's most of the games that I've played growing up, and I have the most knowledge in them, but I've played PGA 2K for 10 years. I played PGA 2K before it was even known as PGA 2K. It was known as the Golf Club. I've collectively played all of these games somewhere north of 3,000 hours, which for golf is a lot. I reached to
That is so many hours of golf. An insane amount of golf. Gotta respect the grind.
what I believed was the top echelons of the game. Now, there were still people that were better than me. There's always going to be people who are better than me. But when I really put my mind to it, I would say I reached somewhere close to a top 100 player in the world. I created content for this series for 5 years.
Okay. I feel him. Look at those view numbers. Look at those view numbers. And it didn't matter at all. It didn't matter at all to him about about the view numbers at all. He was so locked in on golf. that he put that many hours into not only playing the game, grinding on the game, and making videos and thumbnails for the game. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Years on YouTube and 8 years on Twitch. But when I woke up on May 16th, 2023, I realized something. I was only firing up the game. I was only playing it because I needed to make a video on it. And the only reason that I was making a video on it is because I was fairly good at the game. I wasn't loading it up to play for fun. I hadn't done that in months.
Oof.
I was loading it up because I was good at the game. People wanted to watch because I was good at the game. And that hit me pretty hard. So I branched out and started to do different things with my content. Some good, some bad. But overall, the journey and the things that I've learned along the way has been a really fun experience. Being good at something doesn't mean
I had this conversation with Major Dragon a while back where he was telling me he brought up a lot of really, really good points about the most growth I've had on my YouTube channel was from Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. He's like, you need to go back to Sparking Zero. He's like, that's where the large majority of your fan base came from, was Sparking Zero. With you doing variety content, that is the hardest way to grow, is by bouncing around from video game to video game to video game, versus becoming proficient at one video game, being consistent. Every time someone comes back, they know exactly what you're doing. It's like, that's what will grow you the fastest. And everything he said is 100% right. And I probably would have I'm at 1333 right now. I would have probably blown past this number months ago had I just stuck with Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. It's a huge, huge, huge fan base. But I would have been miserable. At that point, what is the point of playing video games? If you are not having fun, why are you doing it? Whether you're streaming or making YouTube videos or sitting in a dark room by yourself with no one else around watching, why would you do it? Why? At that point, that goes against everything I think of when it comes to video games. It is my escape from reality. It is my happy place. It is where I go when I want to relax and just turn my brain off from real world responsibilities and stress, and I want to enjoy the game. I did play Sparking Zero for a long, long time when it was fun for me. I put 4 or 5 months of consistent time into that game until I hit burnout and I said, I don't even want to look at it anymore. And I paid the price for it. About 75-85% of my subscribers are from that game, and they do not tune into any other game I'm playing. So I've almost kind of had to start from scratch. So what this man did with golf, that was me with Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. The only difference between us two is that I came to that realization about 5 years earlier than he did. He did that for, I think he said 5-6 years. I did it in about 4 or 5 months. That's the only difference. But we both reached the same conclusion. Since 2022, the Codemasters games, F1, WRC, have had less and less cosmetics unlockable through gameplay. F1 24 didn't have any through gameplay. In 2021, EA bought Codemasters. That sounds like EA to me. At that point, what is the point of playing video games? Proceeds to stare into my soul. There's a lesson in that, Cosmic. There's a lesson in that. I think that's why I've seen a lot of people split up when they play the same game to be on certain days so they don't burn out. Yeah. Burnout's a real thing, y'all. Burnout is a real thing. When a game becomes a second, third job, quit the game. Yep.
Mean that that's the
Exactly.
one thing.
By
that
the
you
way,
have
how
to
are
do
you, my
with
guy?
the
Good to
rest
see
of
you,
your
brother.
life,
Good to see you back.
especially in gaming. How long has it been
Hope you're
since
doing
you
well.
started something new and just enjoyed the experience of learning it?
I
Like
know
last
that
year, I
feeling.
challenged myself to play Trackmania for 100 hours and see how good I could get in the game in 100 hours. And that experience, starting something fresh, learning it, practicing it, that has been one of the best experiences that I have ever had in gaming in my life. You should also go check that video out because I think you'll actually really enjoy it. And that break from PGA provided me a clearer mind to jump back into the new game when it actually launched this year. And I've been playing it for a few months now. And I'm having a ton of fun with the game again. As the saying goes, variety is the spice of life.
Yep.
And while I don't suggest you test that variety out with different women when you're married, maybe try out variety in gaming instead. So far, though, we've gone through the more emotional ways that games might have a hold on you. But there is a much bigger problem in the gaming industry, and I do want to spend just a little time on it. It's the business of being malicious. It's the things that companies will do to...
This guy's great. This man, his name's Respawn. He's got 15.9K subscribers, 15.9K thousand whatever subscribers. Everyone that's enjoying this, go like this video. Go like this video for him. It was uploaded 6 days ago. It's got almost 7,000 views. It deserves entirely more than that. It deserves 20 times that amount. This guy is great. You know what? Hitting that sub. This is the first and only video I've ever seen from him. I've had a great time so far.
grab a hold of
I hope you guys have
and
too.
all of your time and keep you focused on one thing.
Give us a link. I got
their
you.
game.
I got you. There's got to be a way to do this faster. This is kind of my first time ever doing this stream, so. Okay, let's see. How do I do that here? Boom. Oh yeah. Dropped you the link.
Game. The biggest one of those practices is FOMO, or fear of missing out. Oh, we have a new battle pass. You better log in, buy the battle pass, and play for the next 40 hours, because if you don't, you're never going to get any of this stuff again. Publishers will use this in any way to milk.
You know what's crazy? Marvel Rivals has something very, very similar. I know that got so many people when it comes to the skins and stuff. It never once even slightly moved the needle for me. Alright, cool. New skins, whatever. Dozens and dozens of people have those skins. The Venom dance emoji, cool stuff, whatever. Yeah, sure. Awesome. That's what moved those people. Those people immediately swiped their cards immediately. I saw them, Does it make me stronger at the game? Does it give me more stats? Does it help me get more kills? No, I'm good. I had no desire in it whatsoever. That was RPG gamer brain right there. RPG gamer brain right there. Immediately, I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck about none of that. But for other people, they're immediately like, oh shit, I gotta get it done. Oh, I have 40 hours. Oh, this only comes out for this week. I have to do it. I get it. I understand. It just, that's not what motivates me as a gamer. FO76 is notorious for FOMO skins and stuff. What, Fallout 76? Never touched that game. Fallout 4 was great. Never played Fallout New Vegas. Never touched Fallout 76. But that does not surprise me. The Venom Torque emote, yeah.
All of your attention.
Time to skedaddle. I'll be back later. All right, Plaid, I'll see you later.
And also all of your
You know
money.
where I'll be.
I had a big problem with FOMO when it came to playing a game like Honkai Star Rail. I would spend hours a day going through tons of meaningless content that I had no desire to even do in the first place, just so I could get some extra chances to add a new character. Which, looking back at it now, is kind of sad. It took a very blunt way of me looking at these things in these games to change the view that I had for these games. And I'm going to give you that blunt view right now. You ready? You see this shit? Yeah. None of this shit matters. Not even a little fucking bit. All these characters that you see will more than likely just be worthless as soon as the new characters come out.
That was the moment. That was the moment for me when it came to that mobile game, when I finally think I had enough. Because basically what the core gameplay loop of it was like every 3 to 4 months they would drop a new character. And that new character would be the meta. And you would have to save your resource points over the course of 3 to 4 months. You had to play every day. You had to do the grind every day. You had to get all of your numbers every day. And you had to save up for 3 to 4 months for basically a gambling event where you would basically put in all of those resources into a little gotcha gambling event and hope you would get enough cards to get this new character to the max level it could get every like 4 months. And it was all down to luck. And if your RNG wasn't good enough after 4 months of grinding, guess what happened? Money, baby. You could increase your odds with the money. And guess what I would do? If my luck was terrible, I didn't get all the cards I needed to get for that one character to get him to max level so I could have the meta, I'd fork it out. However much money it cost, it didn't matter. I'd put it out. I'd spend all that money to get this new character at the max level so I could still compete. Because if you didn't have that new character maxed out by that first day, you were washed up.
Or new content will come out for a specific group of characters that make all of the weapons and all of the gear that you had completely meaningless. You just have to go back and farm the new stuff.
You're exactly
and
right,
you need
Kings.
to grind. You need to grind a lot to get the stuff that you need. Hell, even in things like Ultimate Team for sports games, the stuff that they release is completely obsolete and useless in a week. And for Ultimate Team games specifically, when the new game comes out, all of those cards, all of those collectibles, all those things that you've gotten, they're all worthless in the next game.
Meaningless.
And when the new game comes out, what are you getting? You're getting the same exact things that you got in the year prior, sometimes less, sometimes more, but you're still getting the same exact things over and over and over again every single year. This time, though, they have a different picture on the front. All these skins, all of these...
Speaking of Marvel Rivals, what do you know?
Emotes, all of these things that you're getting, that you're grinding for, are just going to be obsolete when the new thing comes out. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. But I want to say, if you're enjoying the game, I mean, why not get it? You're enjoying it. You might as well be rewarded for something that you're enjoying.
Yes. If you're enjoying it and you want to, and it will make you happy, and it will support the developers that made that game, go for it. I support you 100%. But know when enough is enough. Know when it becomes too much. And you have to know when to stop. Moose, we shall agree to disagree.
And these things do provide rewards. Even for Ultimate Team games. I mean, if you're enjoying playing Ultimate Team games, continue to enjoy them. I mean, hell, I'm even enjoying the new MLB The Show. But if logging on to get this worthless garbage is feeling more like a chore, then why are you logging in the first place?
There was I don't remember where I saw this, but it was a YouTuber that was talking about, I think it was World of Warcraft, when he was talking to like one of his cousins or like one of his friends or something, and they were asking him like what he was doing. He's like, "Oh, I have to log on to do all of my missions or whatever." And they're like, "Well, why do you have to do that?" It's like, well, I have to do all of these missions to complete my daily tasks to get my rewards, so then I can start having fun. And the person he's talking to is like, so then you can start having fun? So you have to do all this other stuff before you can start having fun? I can't remember who it was that said that, but that person was like, that's when it hit them. Why am I doing this? And that was their like aha moment. That was the light bulbs coming on. That was when the rubber hit the road for them, and they're like wiping their hands clean. I'm done. I'm walking away. It's all kind of like it's weird, dude. It's like we're all under our own genjutsu from Naruto. When do you wake up? Every person wakes up at a different point in time. But hopefully everyone wakes up.
There are so many other games out there that can provide you with 5 hours of entertainment. You can get them for $5. Sometimes you spend $5 and you play a game for 200 hours. There are so many games out there now that can give you the same exact feeling of achieving something.
That was a great game.
For
Terraria,
so much less
great
time,
game.
so much less money. These more temporary games can give you that direct hit of dopamine, of achieving something, without asking you to dedicate your life to it. Which leads me to another malicious practice that a lot of companies do, and that is the hamster wheel of pain. Hamsters. Cute. Fluffy. Make squeaky noises. Run on these wheels for hours on end. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about here. Well, except for the wheel. The wheel is correct. But you're running on the wheel, not the hamster. Some examples of games that require this form of practice are mainly mobile games, like the gacha games that I was talking about a second ago, or really any mobile game that's ever been invented.
Yep.
Daily logins lock you into loading up the game every single day, because if you don't, you might miss out on the rewards that we were going to give you.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't have you missing out on the rewards now, can we? So make sure that you get on every single day and complete some of the most boring, brainless, worthless quests that have ever been invented here, ready for you. What really blows me away is how this practice has bled into every single genre of gaming. You see this stuff in sports games, MMOs, ARPGs, MOBAs, shooters, every fucking game on the market. It doesn't matter if it was free or it cost you $120. It needs to demand all of your time.
Every day. Every day. Come back. Come back. Don't forget about us. Come back. We love you. We need you. Come back. It's like a fucking crazy ex. It's like a crazy ex-girlfriend. I love you. I need you in my life. I'll be back. Be at your bedroom window every night. Before you go to bed, think of me. When you wake up, think of me. Don't forget about me.
Daily.
It's toxic. It's toxic. I feel you, dude. I'm right there with you.
A lot of these tactics boil down to publishers mainly shifting their focus in the need to make every single game a live service that is created. An idea that some games have done extremely well. But a lot of games have done so poorly that the quality of game that we've, as gamers, have been getting for years now have been well below par. All of them looking for that one game that they can latch onto like a cash cow and suck all of the money out of their fans' wallets. And these publishers know that there is a winning strategy to this all. Obviously, it works. We are human. And they can take advantage of those human tendencies that we have to try to lock us into a hamster wheel. And while maybe you're not ready right now to stop playing these games, eventually you will hit a breaking point, the same as the breaking point that I hit. And also, I do want to reiterate this because this is definitely coming off as old man yells at clouds. Like, that's what I...
Get off my lawn, you stupid kids! I gotta yell at the clouds. Dude, he's so right though. He's so right though. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this man don't miss.
Feel like right now, but I do want to reiterate that if you're enjoying these, continue playing them. I'm not here to tell you to stop playing games that you're enjoying, even if the business model that a lot of these games are taking advantage of I don't agree with. If you're enjoying them, continue playing them. Who am I to tell you to stop doing something that you're having fun with? And if you want to give the company money because you're enjoying the game, continue giving them money. Again, I'm not here to tell you how to spend your money. It's your fucking money. It's not
Guy is a combo of comic book guy from Simpsons and WoW guy from South Park. Yeah. Spot on. I can see that.
my money. It's your money. Spend it however you'd like. This is for the people who have that little gremlin in the back of their brain constantly whispering to them, why are you still playing this? As you log in for the 500th day in a row to kill the same 10 creatures that you've killed for 499 days before it, so that you can get a little box that when you open the box, you get one of the things that you already have 200 of. This video is for you. Take a week off from the game.
It's like he and I have finally escaped the Matrix. We have escaped the Matrix. And all the other people that are still having fun and still loving it, they're still in the Matrix. And they just haven't gotten to that point where they can see the fucking door. I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. This dude is reading my mind. We've both been there. We've both gone the same path. We've gone down the same fucking addiction. But we have finally broken out of it and realized, oh my God, how many years did I put in the Matrix? How much money did the Matrix take from me?
Game. Whatever you're playing right now that you're not enjoying, take a week off. Go play something else that you maybe thought that you would have zero interest in whatsoever. If you make it that full week, maybe that's your sign. And if not to stop playing the game entirely, just to show you that, hey, I can stop playing the game for a week and come back and be completely fine to pick up where I left off. You can log in when you feel like playing the game and achieve the same exact thing that you would have achieved if you would have been playing for the past week. And I mean, these are just a few of the practices.
If you can make it a week, you can make it a month. If you can make it a month, you can make it a year. If you can make it a year, you have officially escaped the Matrix. You have moved on. You are now a changed person. And don't ever go back. Don't ever go back. Don't go back. Fallout 76 players are these people, and they hated PvPers, basically people who escaped the matrix of fighting bad AI. It's unbelievable how they're different genres of game, but it's all the same fucking thing. It's all the same thing.
That publishers and companies will use to try to lock you in as long as they can. I'm sure that you can go down in the comments right now and type out 10 other things that you've seen companies do that you think are malicious. In the end, your main goal, well, is to blow up and act like you don't know nobody. But your main goal should be for games is to have fun and to be entertained. You are paying for this, if not with money, with your time. And when it comes to time, that's even more important because that is a very finite resource.
Yep.
Gaming overall is supposed to be fun, not a job. And I think some of us have absolutely lost sight of that. Not only for gamers either. I think that developers and publishers have also lost sight of that a little bit. And that loss of long-term vision for short-term gains has pushed a lot of gamers like me away from bigger studios and more into indie titles. I truly feel that there is a reckoning coming in the gaming space. And as gamers, we need to realize that we have more power than we think we do.
I checked how much money I spent on Roblox, and it's $2,000 real money since 2017. Well, I'm going to ask you the same question that he asked us. Are you still having fun? If you are still having fun, it's money well spent. And also, if you think about it, that's $2,000 over the course of 8 years. 8 whole years of fun for $2,000?
I hope this video helps shift your perspective on the game.
This guy has good takes, but this video is long. Wish you jumped content a bit more. Valid criticism. I appreciate it, my friend.
Games that you're playing. And instead of playing a game that you hate,
Luckily, we
you
got
start
40
playing
seconds
a game
left.
that you love. And hell, maybe even get back that enjoyment that you had when you were playing games as a kid. Thank you for watching.
Again, his name's Respawn. Go check him out if you guys enjoyed it. Kings, was it you or was it someone else that said that they wanted me to watch I think it was Witcher 4 trailer? Was that you or is that someone else? Witcher 4 demo? Was that you? Or am I tripping? Views in 12 days? Holy crap. What's up, baby girl? Let me pee real quick and I'll pull it up. Also, to be fair, Kings, the reason why it was so long is because I stopped so many times. Oh, wow, she's gorgeous. So that is on me. Because it was only like a 20-something minute video, but I did stop a lot. Couldn't help it. See what they got. By the way, I absolutely love Witcher 3. Still to this day, I regret that I was never able to mentally finish it.
Pearlies on this blasted pit-ridden tract.
I love the pirate accent. Oh! Oh! Oh yeah, y'all are cooked. I'm sorry. Hate to be that guy. I know that hurt. Graphics are insane. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't this the game that we go we follow Ciri's perspective? Isn't she the protagonist for this one? Well, I should just quit pausing.
Salt.
I should just never pause again in my life.
Almost had me fooled, Fruin.
Toss a coin, dear Witcher. That song's a jam.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the State of Unreal at Unreal Fest Orlando. We're here to show you what's next with Unreal Engine and so much more. We are thrilled that you're able to join us. Thank you.
As long as they show
But-
gameplay, I'm good.
First things first, I'm here with Sebastian and Kitek from CD Projekt Red. We have a lot to talk about.
I love seeing absolutely insane gameplay trailers and the graphics and everything, but until I actually see gameplay, I'm a skeptic. I'm a natural skeptic.
Hey, guys.
Hey. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Wyatt, and hello, everyone. With The Witcher 4, we're stepping things up. And to do that, we needed the right partner. One that truly understands that great open world games are all about art and technology coming together.
Yeah, and look, our goals are completely aligned here. And around the launch of UE5, your awesome team at CD Projekt Red
Don't talk
announced
too
a
much without
collaboration
gameplay, they're going
to
too
make
soon.
open
All right,
world
cool.
development in Unreal even better. And it's an opportunity, we just couldn't pass it up. So we've been working on a technical demo together to achieve just that. I think we should take a look at it. You guys ready?
Born ready. Kitek is going to play the build for us.
Sure, let's do it.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4. What you just saw and are going to see now is running on a standard PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing. So in the game, you'll be playing as Ciri, a professional monster slayer, a witcher. She explores the world and hunts down monsters for coin. The region we are in is called Kovir, and you'll get to explore it in a game. Right now,
It looks
Ciri is
good.
investigating a monster, and after gathering new clues, she is heading back to a nearby village. All right, everyone, meet Kelpie.
Let weeds be weeds, Kelpie.
So just like Geralt and Roach, Ciri has her own loyal companion.
We return to town.
These two characters need to feel like one. Since you're gonna explore the world on horseback, riding needs to feel seamless, natural, and just fun.
Yeah, and to support that, we're introducing multi-character motion matching in Unreal. So Ciri and Kelpie, they're perfectly synchronized when mounting from any angle and speed. And we also support root motion movement on Kelpie, so controlling her feels real.
That is crazy to see this, and this is PS5. This isn't like the most high-tuned, badass PC rig you could possibly get on the market. This is on a PS5. That's impressive.
Grounded. And there are also some really nice improvements to our Unreal Chaos Flesh Solver and these machine-learned deformations. So you've got
Ooh,
realistic
that's kinda
muscles moving and stretching under Kelpie's skin without compromising the performance there.
So let's leave Siri behind for a second.
That's pretty cool.
Talk about the world.
That was pretty damn cool, not gonna lie.
So much of the Witcher world is natural, organic, especially Kovir with its dense forest and wild nature.
Yeah, and wild nature is hard. And with nanite geometry, we've freed artists from so many of their old constraints. But we don't want to rest until everything we do in Unreal
Nanite geometry? That sounds like something Tony Stark came up with.
has that same spirit of freedom. There's always more work to do. And foliage is a huge piece of that puzzle. So we are excited to introduce nanite foliage. And in order to achieve gorgeous
Welcome
foliage
back, Cosmic.
density everywhere, while still being memory
We finished up that last video you were on with us, and now we're watching the Witcher 4 tech demo.
efficient, fast to render, we
I thought
believe
the
that
horse graphics are funny because you are always looking at it while you ride. You don't see the side. That's a good point. That is a good point. I'm curious to know, like, something like that is very impressive with, you know, kind of like the natural movement of the muscles on something like a horse. And it's impressive. Don't get me wrong. It's really, really cool. But how does that really impact, like, how the game is? You know what I mean? Like, that's just like a bonus, like a check mark. Realistic horse muscles. You know? Like, I hope they put that much attention to detail and stuff like the gameplay, the story, things of that nature.
a new
Not saying they
idea was
haven't,
needed.
but just
So instead of the same
kinda how I
approach
think of
we've been
things.
using for the past 20 years, artists should be free to take a nanite approach to foliage, modeling every single leaf and pine needle. And the old LOD tricks of the past, they needed a complete rethink. And in their place, it's a new adaptive voxel representation in nanite. It's volumetric, it's fully 3D, it is super fast to render. And these dense clusters of triangles turn into these cubes, which at a distance, they're no larger than a pixel, and they react to the changing light of our dynamic sun and our shadows.
Oh, wow.
And they allow artists to render whatever amount of foliage is needed to achieve their vision without compromise.
And no compromise means how ambitious we are when it comes to bringing our vision to life with incredible visuals. But more than that, together with Epic, we created faster way to load the world. We can now bring in more content more quickly for the smoothest possible experience as we fly down to catch up with Siri.
see what I mean about Unreal Engine being a cheat code? That is insane. That's insane to see how far video games have come.
Welcome to Valdrest. So Valdrest is a port town, a hub for fishing, trade, and mining. It's one of those places where you can meet shady characters or overhear gossip from other lands. It's also where Ciri took on her current contract. High-tech, let's leave Kelpie here and explore the marketplace and food.
And the missus?
I'm so excited we can finally show you some of this stuff. Let's see what Valdrest has to offer.
Ooh, nah. We'd fight on sight. We'd fight on sight, bro.
Nine gazes while I present him with a fish. For the furry rascal will often wink, and a bear's weight grants good fortune.
Pardon.
Guys, notice how responsive the world
That was
is.
rude. That was real
Character
rude.
actions directly affect what happens around you, sometimes even setting off chain reactions. Everything is working together.
I would have been. It's a small thing, but I would have been curious to see. Like, you saw the kid, you know, go and grab the apples. I would have been. I think it would have been cool to see like the pigs go and actually like eat them off the ground.
Oh, look at this poor
That'd be
gentleman
pretty neat.
being taught how to fly by an angry innkeeper. Oh, that's what happens when you cheat at Gwent.
Last of it, is it? Running away.
Silver, round ones, what jingle in the purse.
The colors are very vibrant.
Okay.
They really stand
so
out.
This is the guy who gave the series quest his own. Like you probably suspect, he has his own agenda in all of this.
You're off your tits again, Wilfred. Get your ass up.
A typical day's toil.
Who in? Ah, with yours. What news of my wagons? No eternity is taking that damn salt to arrive.
I found them. And, well, suffice to say, they'll not reach you. As for the salt, I found not one speck. I presume this comes as no surprise to you. Now. Kavir's smuggling trade is of no concern to me.
Shush, shush, shush.
The manticore that flattened your cart and devoured your men? Quite the opposite.
Manticore? No, them winged hellspawn dwell in the arse end of Creighton. Not here.
While Siri decides what to do about that merchant, let's take a look at the character technology that powers this marketplace. Why don't we listen in on these fishmongers? They're selling their wares, chatting up customers.
Morning, catch this is. Won't find none fresher.
Rugged me ladies after one of them.
Girls, get this cleaned and gutted for you. You mind, dearest? Into seeing something more. Got mackerel, cod, all Braxton's finest.
And there is tons of tech to play here, even in this simple market stall. Metahuman tools, improved Unreal Smart Objects, Chaos Cloth, and more.
Yeah, and all of this exists to make sure that the gap in quality between Siri and NPCs is as small as possible.
Yeah, and closing that gap, it's not just about fidelity, right, but also authenticity. They should react to changes in the world around them.
But the prisoner in Pillory isn't exciting enough for Valdrest.
Too close to real life.
Let's grab everyone's attention with a circus.
I'm thoroughly impressed so far.
But the great performance deserves a huge crowd though. Let's crank it up.
Again, I've said it before, but the colors are so vibrant and really pop. Like, they really draw your eye to them. Like, some of the blues, some of the oranges, like, it's very high. I guess the word would be fidelity. I don't know, but it's surprising how well the colors. Whoa. The colors pop versus like the background, like the blues, oranges, reds versus like some of the browns of like the houses and the roofs and stuff.
So you are seeing tons of optimizations here to many of Unreal systems.
Was that
including an
pop in,
entirely
or
new
I assume they intentionally
Unreal
brought the crowd
animation
in there like
framework,
that,
allowing us to fit easily in our 60 FPS budget, not just in rendering, but also with room to spare on the game thread. Over 300 animated skeletal mesh agents all going about their business. And the whole point is to leave breathing room for developers like you to introduce the gameplay and the systems that your players expect, empowering you to make your worlds come to life without Unreal standing in your way.
You are right. That's the open world RPG that we're making. But before we wrap up, how about one final check-in with Siri? We are making this game to be the most immersive and ambitious open world Witcher game ever. And we are making this a reality thanks to our work on Unreal with the team at Epic. I think what we're doing together is going to bring in a new generation of open world RPGs, and I'm so proud of what we accomplished so far.
We are too.
I just pray they learned all of the lessons they needed to learn from the Cyberpunk release. We can't afford to have another release like that, especially not from the same developer. That was horrendous. So as long as they've learned their lessons from that, and whoever the big wigs, the suits that forced that game out a year too early, hopefully they're gone from the company and they have no power anymore. This game and any other type of game that has this grand of a scale, the big wigs that push the people that actually truly love and have passion and care for the game, push them to these absolutely unreal deadlines. They all need to take notice. Let the cooks in the kitchen cook. When they say it's ready, then you release it. And I hope that's, again, this is probably too optimistic of thinking, but I hope that a lot of the major developers realize that and adopt that philosophy moving forward. Otherwise, you're just
we're almost
putting
done,
out
but
slop.
Before we go, here's a small gift for all Witcher fans.
I like
A
presents.
first look at Lanexeter.
Onward, Kelby. With what?
I'm impressed. I'm impressed and I'm excited. Do we have a release date in mind? Probably not. Most likely 2026 or 2027 if I had to guess. Looks damn good so far though. It looks really, really good. I am thoroughly impressed. So thank you for sharing that with me. Investors and boardroom scum need their ROI. 2057. Oh, it's only 20 years earlier than 2077. We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll get there. Hey, I'll still get there before GTA 6. Okay, so this next one on the list, y'all, is gonna be spicy. Have you seen Battlefront 2 lately? I've seen it's had a resurgence. A lot of new players have hopped into the game, and a lot of old players have come back. Apparently, they've made some huge changes. Yeah, it's gonna be. I might have some choice words for this next creator. I haven't watched it. I just saw the title, so I'm gonna save it for today.
Claire Expedition.
The most overrated game of 2025, according to this person. Young Defiant is their name. Got almost 40k subs, so apparently they've been doing something right. Let's see what this person has to say. I have a feeling I'm going to disagree heavily, but we'll see.
33 is by far the most overrated game of 2025 so far. This is being called one of the greatest RPGs in recent memory and has an insanely high Metacritic score, glowing reviews. Everyone's playing it on Twitch. Everyone's talking about it. They're already calling it a Game of the Year contender. Just getting tons of praise, but we all know none of the people saying the game is good are credible. If we were to go through their trophies, they're playing trash games left and right. These reviewers, of course, they're paid shills that can't be taken seriously whatsoever, just fraudulent fake gamers that have no idea what real RPGs are. I mean, for God's sake.
Okay. Right off rip, this dude's saying some pretty outlandish generalized statements. Saying, we all know that they don't. Okay. So for the broad generalization when it comes to game reviewers, quote unquote critics, sure. Some of the IGNs of the world, you know, some of those larger publication places, then yeah, sure. They just have a random employee do the review. Cool, fine, whatever. But You can't just say, we all know that all these gamers that are saying unbelievably great and amazing things about this game, they all play trash games. All their trophy was like, what does the trophies have to do with anything? This is rage bait. Don't fall for the rage bait. Nah, we falling head fucking first into this. Nah, because
these were the same people that said the Oblivion remaster was good. So are we really going to take the opinion of clowns like this seriously? Could never be me, but I guess it could be.
I didn't put a whole lot of time into the Oblivion remaster. That's still one of the ones that I want to put more time into. But from what I've seen from people that absolutely love the original Oblivion and have played this remaster, commentator is an edgelord. Yeah, I already have a feeling you're spot on with that. But from what I've seen so far from a lot of people that love the original and then have played the remaster, it's been a lot of really, really hype, good reviews, good things to say about it. That they kept a lot of the silly jank from the original. They've kept it for the remasters as like kind of like a nostalgia thing. So I don't know. I can't really speak on that, but we'll go back to Expedition 33.
You. Now listen, as the king of gaming, aka me, as someone who literally breeds RPGs, aka me, you know I'm always going to find the truth. Sniff it out. Where is it? I gotta sniff. My nose is going into overdrive, sniffing out the BS and trying to find the truth. This investigative journalism that I've been doing for years, I've been hitting the streets trying to get that information so I can relay it to the public. And it just proves once again how truly great I am, but that's neither here nor there. Now, I usually would not even bother giving a game like this any attention as far as gameplay.
All right. See, he's playing a character. He's playing a character. He's playing the heel. He doesn't need to take the mic out of his throat. You ain't lying. This guy probably thinks every game that don't got big boobs, anime chicks ain't good. He's smelling himself. Facts. Yeah. So I know it's rage bait. Let's hear him out. Let's just see what he's got to say. But I'm already this close to just calling some bullshit, man.
I just usually do my still image game as usual, have some great editing in there, but we would, just be talking over the still image, even though all those videos are still highly edited. But as someone so deeply,
my still image. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Image, even as usual, have some great editing in there, but I really would not even bother giving a game like this any attention as far as gameplay. I just usually do my still image game as usual, have some great editing in there, but we would, just be talking over the still image.
How is it great editing if you're talking over a still image? What are you talking about, bro? You're already contradicting yourself, and we're a minute and a half in.
So all those videos are still highly edited. But as someone's
highly edited, but still images, but they're highly edited because they're the greatest editing. Because I'm the greatest guy ever.
So deeply invested into RPGs, JRPGs specifically, but I will dibble and dabble in other RPGs just to see if they're good. I said, okay, you know what? I'm willing to give this game a shot. So I bought it. I was like, I love RPGs. It has a turn-based combat system that these losers are calling revolutionary. They're saying it's like Persona, so that piqued my interest. I had to see what this game was hidden for. It might be good, right? Hell, it might be great. But no, after playing it, it's not even close. It's once again another fake RPG for casuals that are too stupid to play real RPGs. And that is once again a
Okay. Dude, the amount of build diversity alone in this game, with the sheer amount of Lumina that you can put on your character to create vastly different characters, you could literally have my L be a tank that soaks up all of the damage for her entire party, or you could literally flip it on its head and turn it into like her being a one-button absolute freaking nuke that would just explode the screen and be able to wipe off everything in the face of the planet. You can have her with different weapons. You can make it so where literally she starts in virtuose stance and she can explode absolutely everything, or you can build her with multiple other weapons where she can be a fire spreading machine where she can stack insane amounts of burn on people. Like, just that, and that's one character alone with dozens and dozens of weapons and hundreds of lumina. So no, it's not for idiots that don't know how to play RPGs. No, absolutely not. It's turn-based, but the amount of build variety alone makes that point invalid. 100%. He doesn't know what he's talking about there.
Fact, not an opinion. It's a wannabe Final Fantasy, a wannabe Persona, proving once again JRPGs are superior and will always be superior to Western RPGs. Western RPGs are fake RPGs that could.
My brother in Christ. It's not a Western RPG, bro. It was made in fucking France. Are you talking about west of Japan? I guess normally when I hear Western developers, I hear America. Maybe I'm tripping. I could be tripping. I very well could be tripping. I don't think of Europe as Western developers. Do you guys think of that? Because maybe I'm just off my fucking rocker. Is he just talking about west of Japan? Because that's pretty much. That's just, if you look at a map, I mean, just France is considered Western. Okay, fair enough, dude. I think of it as Eastern, maybe because I'm from America. Maybe I'm ignorant there, but it's just okay. Final Fantasy is one of the greatest RPG series ever made. Full stop. I'll admit that. There's dozens of them. There's dozens of them. There's good. There's ones that are incredible, and then there's ones that are maybe not so great. Sure, fine. I get it. And to actually have Expedition 33 in the same realm of comparison to Final Fantasy as a development studio that had like 30-something employees, and this is the first game they've ever created, for you to even mention them in the same breath as Final Fantasy, it should be one of the greatest compliments you could give them without even diving into everything else about this game that makes it incredible. Full stop. Full stop. E33 isn't a good game. It's a hate letter to Ubisoft that most people enjoy. I would call it a masterpiece. Damn right. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He hasn't played the game. If he says he has, he's lying. France is considered Western. Most of NATO is Western.
Never even come close.
I guess I'm just
this
ignorant
game
then.
wants to be Final Fantasy so bad. It wants to be Persona so bad. It wants to be a JRPG so bad.
How does this have anything to do with Persona, though? Other than the turn-based combat, how does this want to be Persona? From someone that doesn't know a whole lot about Persona, Persona is your main character's in high school. When you're not fighting demons and doing whatever you're doing in the game part of it, you're literally like a high school kid.
It has an identity crisis. It doesn't have its own identity whatsoever. It feels like a straight up copy and paste from all the other great RPGs that came out before it. And that wouldn't be a bad thing if it was executed well, but it's not. It's a boring, repetitive, grindy, wannabe Final Fantasy that doesn't even come close.
Oh my. Yeah. I should have known. I should have known by the title. Dude, this guy maybe put 5 hours into the game. Maybe. Yeah. No, this guy's absolutely ignorant. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. The combat, it resembles those games because it is turn-based. But the fact that you have the dodge and parry mechanics alone is one of the main reasons what separates that. You could call all of these RPGs grindy. RPGs have grind in their freaking nature, in their essence. You grind. That's what you do. You fight multiple trash mobs along the way till you fight a boss. You eventually beat the boss. Then you start over and you fight multiple trash mobs until you fight another boss. That's a great question, my guy. That's a very good question. I have no idea, but that would be on track. That'd be on track. This guy, it's rage bait. It's rage bait. I shouldn't have fallen for it, but it's rage bait. I saw the title. I was like, all right, I have to check it out. Like, surely, maybe he'll have some good information in here somewhere. And right now, he is talking about this game like this game stole his girlfriend back in high school, and he hasn't gotten over her. Like, what did this game do to you, bro? How did this game hurt you? Because it wants to be Persona so bad. What are you talking about?
I mean, even the latest Final Fantasy games, which are complete trash, I'd take those over this. That's how bad this game is. I thought we went over this already, man. The only real RPGs are JRPGs. Western RPGs are not real RPGs. They are not real gamers. Or people that play them are not real gamers. And that's how it's going to be from now till the end of time. The only exception.
That is a wild take. That is a wild take. That might be one of the most ignorant fucking takes I think I've ever fucking heard when it comes to video games. Like, he has the entirety of Japan's penis in his mouth right now. It's unbelievable. He's just calling it bad to get hated on, which gives him attention and grows his channel. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And look at me, I'm watching the video, so I'm falling right into it. But I was thinking maybe there would be something about this video of his, I don't want to phrase it. His synopsis of the game, I was hoping to at least hear a couple good points that maybe it would actually get me thinking, like, oh, I didn't really think about that. Yeah, maybe that is kind of a flaw. Maybe they could have done that better. Maybe they could have twerked this here, twerked this there. Because, I have rose-colored glasses. I played this game. I fell in love with it. I absolutely enjoyed it. I played it twice. You guys were there. So I was thinking maybe he would come up with some sort of ideas, something unique, something different, instead of just, no, it's bad. It's not JRPG, so it's bad. All of the people that play it are bad. Everything about it's bad. I'm the king. Everything I say is true. You guys know this. I'm the best. I know everything. That's not what I was expecting to see. I was hoping for at least some sort of well thought out dialogue here. Does he have any footage outside of the tutorial section? That's a great point. We're going to find out. All right, Kings, you have a great night, buddy. Same thing happened with this guy called Perfection the Natural Selection. These guys seem like basically the same person.
The only exception is The Witcher 3, which is a Western RPG, but that is a real RPG. It's a great game. But the gameplay in Expedition 33 is a wannabe Persona. They even copied Joker's grappling hook when you move around. It's crazy, proving once again Persona 5 is the GOAT. It tries to be innovative and interactive with its turn-based combat system, but it fails hard. It tries to do this flashy stuff. You have parries, you have dodges, you have... what else do you have? You have quick time events, which terrible quick time events, by the way. You have to press the button. Oh my God, it's horrible. Like, no other JRPG would have ever had to do that. It's trying to do.
Oh my God, the quick time events where you have to press the button. It's terrible. Well thought out points here. This guy's brilliant. I'm sorry. We never should have argued with him. This guy is king. This is the god of the universe. Quick time events, you have to press buttons? You have to press buttons and it's terrible?
Do all this flashy stuff, but it doesn't matter how flashy your game is. If the mechanics are trash, then they're still trash, which it is.
Okay, and another part about that. If they want to be Persona so bad, the game that you said is the GOAT, and they're copying Persona, but yet you're also saying that the mechanics are trash. You can't have both scenarios at once. Either it's copying Persona, you're quote unquote GOAT, and it's a copy. So it's copying an incredible game, or it's trash. On the other hand, you can't have both. That's not how this works, bro. You're contradicting the fuck out of yourself right now. What's up, Thomas? How you doing? This guy is okay with paying $80 for Mario Kart. Fucking facts.
The enemies are spongy and not fun to fight whatsoever. The boss battles are all boring and repetitive and lack any substance, any surprises, any cool features.
This guy played 20 minutes of the tutorial and then decided he was going to put out rage bait.
spell system is lazy. The upgrade systems are convoluted. The menus are a convoluted, ugly mess that is confusing and frustrating.
He's too dumb to figure out the menus, yo.
The movement is clunky and feels stiff. It lacks any depth. There's no skill to be found anywhere in this game. You can just steamroll enemies, but once they start ramping up a little bit, it's not.
Okay, again. Oh, I'm sorry, Kate. I apologize. I literally play games 24/7, so you will see me be playing many other games, I promise you. Right now, I'm just talking shit about this guy that doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Literally 20 seconds ago, he talked about the enemies are super spongy. And then he immediately says, oh, well, no, the enemies, you'll just run right through them. Again, he's constantly contradicting himself. I had a little bit of faith, hoping that maybe there would be some sort of well thought out, valid points to his argument. But it's literally just a child throwing a temper tantrum because he couldn't get out of the tutorial. Is what it boils down to at this point. The bosses don't have anything unique to them and they're all repetitive. Are you out of your mind? The boss diversity in this game is fucking top tier, man. There's so many different bosses with so many different mechanics. There are multiple different puzzles in these bosses on different ways you can go about actually beating them. No twists, no turns. You're out of your mind. You don't know what you're talking about. You're speaking from a point of ignorance.
Ramping up because it's hard. It's just they make all the enemies spongy. So it's like you're hitting, doing no damage. Just like,
what's up, Thomas?
These developers nowadays do not know how to balance enemies. It's like every game I play now, the enemies are just sponges. It's so frustrating.
I love how he's talking about that because he's literally fighting a mime, which the whole thing about the mime is that you have to break its defense. Once you break its defense, then you can put out serious damage. That's another mechanic that he didn't even bring up. He's talking about, oh, these enemies are so spongy. These enemies are so spongy. While literally not understanding that that is a mechanic that is specifically designed for every mime in the game. It's what they do. You see that little yellow bar? You see that little yellow bar under his health right there? That's his break meter. You fill it up, you break his defense, then you can absolutely go ham on him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Thank you, Kate. It is, in fact, a skill issue. He didn't get out of the tutorial area. I can almost guarantee you he didn't put more than 5 hours into this game. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Every game I play now, the enemies are just sponges. It's so frustrating. This would have never happened back in the day. The game
never happened back in the day. What do you mean back in the day? Did you play any RPGs from back in the day? That's literally what it was grind. That's what I love about RPGs. You grind. This man has no earthly idea what he's talking about.
It just steals everything from other games and does it worse. The gameplay was so boring, it made me drowsy on several occasions. I just could not deal with this. It feels like another Sony walking simulator. So boring. The cutscenes are horrible. The characters look so unnatural and stiff.
I shouldn't be falling for this stupid shit. Nah, dude. Nah.
It's crazy. The story makes no sense whatsoever and it's full of...
Of course you don't understand the story because you put 2 hours into this video game. Because let me tell you, as someone that has played through the entire story twice, it's meant to be confusing. It's meant to make you ask questions. It's meant to make you hungry for answers. So you finish the game. You get the answers that you're looking for. We need a heart rate meter. You ain't wrong. This shit's getting me animated.
Plot holes and plot armor, and they try to tell this compelling story about death and about, you know, all this humanity, and they try to make it a very somber feeling and a very grounded story, and it fails in every regard.
How? Prove it.
It does not keep you engaged whatsoever. The characters are all one-dimensional cardboard cutouts that you've seen in thousands of games before.
Nah, dude. Nah. all the characters are one-dimensional. You have lost your fucking mind. Yeah, you dude, you don't know. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have literally no idea what you're talking about. Show us your Steam profile. Show us how many hours you put into this game. Or PlayStation or Xbox or whatever you played it on. To have all of these absolutely ridiculous opinions, there is no way you beat this game. There's no way you even got halfway through this game. The story's boring. The characters are one-dimensional. The mechanics are terrible. The gameplay is a copy of this game, which I absolutely love, but also the gameplay sucks. Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're rage baiting just to rage bait, and I'm falling for it, and it's pissing me off.
They have no interesting motives, goals, motivations, nothing. They are
to stop the gomage? The gomage that's killing every single generation of people year by year by year by year. There's no interesting motivation? Really? Really? As someone that loves Final Fantasy games, you would think the whole gotta stop this horrible thing from destroying our world would be something you would totally get off on. Because that's basically almost every single Final Fantasy final plot. We gotta stop this boss from destroying our world.
They're just there. The graphics look 2 gens behind at best, and that's being extremely generous.
That's a lie. That's just a bold-faced, unfactual lie. Judging by your gameplay footage, it looks like you're playing it on a PS3. But if you played it on any sort of decent system with decent specs, you would see that it's absolutely gorgeous. Pre-rendered cutscenes, gorgeous. Actually, in the gameplay, exploring the world, gorgeous. That's just a flat-out factual statement. And you got it so wrong. That's not even like a difference in opinion. There's subjective, and then there's objective. You are objectively wrong. Let's continue.
The music is awful.
Brother. Dude, there's like over 300 freaking tracks in this game.
The voice at best, and that's being extremely generous. The music is awful. The voice acting made my ears bleed on several occasions. It was that horrendous. I mean, is gaming so dead that this is what's considered a good RPG nowadays?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Okay. I know what he's doing. I told myself I was going to fall for it, but I'm fucking falling for it. All right. You're wrong. You're wrong in almost every single thing you've said in the 6 minutes I've watched this video so far. How many views does this have? It has 21,000 views. You have 700 likes. Oh, you are so lucky YouTube does not tell us the dislike ratio anymore. Because let me tell you, you got ratioed. I can guarantee it. You got ratioed. There's no way. 21,000 views and only 700 likes? No. He did it. He's farming. He's farming. That's what he's doing. He's farming engagement. I'm sure the comments are absolutely outrageous. Calling him all sorts of wonderful names and slurs, I'm sure. I'm going to finish this video, no matter how much it absolutely pains me to do. I'm going to finish this video, and I'm going to explain how he's wrong every step of the way. And I'm going to farm engagement off of this dude being an absolute ignorant fool.
A game like this wouldn't have even got any attention back when gaming was alive and well, but gaming is so dead, the most basic, bare bones, bottom of the barrel trash is seen as great now? I just cannot believe how far gaming has fallen, man. I mean, you casual losers that play bad games all the time are responsible for this complete lack of quality nowadays. You clowns should all be ashamed of yourselves. It's your fault. It's your fault that we receive bad games like this, because instead of playing good games, you rather play trash like this because of a stupid...
Another... Okay. So apparently, according to him, every game's trash right now. Gaming industry as a whole just not good right now. Apparently everything's bad. So then he's mad at us for apparently choosing to play bad games. But if every game's bad, you can't then also be mad at us for playing video games that are bad. Because according to you, we have no other decisions. We have no other selections. Everything's terrible according to you. And you're the God King. Yeah, I want to doubt it, Cosmic. He's the God King. His opinion is the only valid opinion in the world, in case anyone was wondering. But he also is incredibly efficient at contradicting his own terrible takes. It's impressive. It's impressive how ignorant and ridiculous this man can be while also contradicting his own ignorant takes.
A reviewer told you to. Some trash YouTuber that doesn't even play games made a video giving their first impressions. I can't even talk right now. I'm so...
You can't talk. You can't talk or form a coherent, logical sentence with valid arguments on why a game is bad, other than music's trash, characters are one-dimensional, mechanics are trash, gameplay's trash, everything's trash, enemies are spongy, but you also run through them. Trash. You're not bringing up any actual valid criticism. You're stating your opinion as objective fact without literally any evidence to back it up. And all you're doing is showing us the first 20 minutes of the game, which shows us how much time you've put in it.
Irritated, given their first impressions, and sat here and lied to you and told you it was one of the greatest games that they've ever played, and your dumb ass believed it. Just because you see all these losers that literally don't play games for the quality, they just play games. Oh, I heard everyone's talking about it, I'll hop on it too. So you saw everybody playing it and you said to yourself, okay, I need to play it too. Not because you enjoy it, not because you wanted to, because you were so desperate for clout. You're so desperate for clout, you'll play games like this that you...
Who hurt you, bro? Who hurt you, dude? Who are you talking to? Someone played the game because they're so desperate for clout? You're not talking to streamers and you're not talking to reviewers. You're talking about the average everyday Joe. Why would the average person that sees a whole bunch of people playing a video game decide, ooh, I want to play that video game too. I want to see what all the hype's about. And now, oh, well, I played that game, so now I have all the clout. Now I'm going to go buy a fucking Ferrari with all the clout that I have.
You have no interest in just because everyone else is playing it. It made sense for someone like me to play this game because if people are talking about a turn-based RPG, something that's great, of course, I'm going to check it out. I'm the turn-based RPG king. I mean, do we need to go...
He's literally calling himself king, yo. You might as well take out a couple ribs right now so you can actually, you know. Because, boy, man, you can't get your own dick out your mouth. Goodness gracious.
Go over how many times I've just been sitting here just representing for RPGs, how many hours I put in turn-based. It makes sense for me to be interested in a game like this, but you people don't care. I thought turn-based RPGs were trash. I thought turn-based RPGs were trash. I thought RPGs in general are trash, and all of a sudden RPGs are where it's at. Even though I've been preaching for years that RPGs are the best, especially JRPGs, but now we care about RPGs.
He's jaded. He's had his feelings hurt for so very long. He's had such a hard time. Oh, he's the RPG king, guys. He's the RPG king. That's what he does. That's all he does. He plays RPGs by himself, and he gets bullied. But no, he's the one true savior. He's the white knight of RPGs. He's the only person that believed in RPGs. Not a single other player has ever enjoyed RPGs like he has. No, his opinion is valid. His opinion is the only one that matters, because he's the only one that's ever cared about RPGs. No one else has. Everyone else is losers. Can you imagine being that delusional? That delusional that you think that you are the one true God King and you're the only one that has a valid opinion and everyone else is wrong? Everyone else is losers? Can you imagine living your life that way? You are so delusional that you truly think you are the only person that has a valid opinion on the entirety of a video game genre like RPGs. You really truly believe that, bruh? You really truly believe that? You're disgusting, man.
Please, dude. No, you care about fake RPGs like Oblivion, fake RPGs like Skyrim, fake RPGs like this. You don't actually care about real RPGs. You should have saw all these losers in my Oblivion comment section. I got those losers out of here because I didn't tolerate garbage.
I would absolutely love to know what this man considers the definition of an RPG. I'd love to know his definition. Because last I checked, an RPG means role-playing game. You envisioning yourself in that role. You coming up with a role and you playing that role. Maybe coming up with a backstory. Maybe coming up with a name. Coming up with a skill set. Coming up with a traumatic event that happened in that character's life to make that character the way that character is. Role-playing. So if anything, games like Skyrim, games like Oblivion, where you can pick a multitude of races, a multitude of classes, backgrounds, those are the most role-playing games that he's mentioned so far. Out of something like Final Fantasy or Persona, where you are designated characters and you don't get to make any changes to them. You're predetermined characters. Expeditions 33 is the same way. They're pre-written, predetermined characters that you play as. You're playing as their role. You're not creating your own role. This man doesn't understand what RPG stands for. He just knows it's 3 letters that he screams and yells and screams and yells, and he thinks eventually people will believe him. I know what I'm talking about because I'm the king. I'm the king of RPGs. Yeah. People are going to love me.
Taste, so their comments got removed anyway. But JRPGs are trash, man.
Hold on. What?
Garbage. Oblivion comment section. I got those losers out of here because I didn't tolerate garbage taste, so their comments got removed anyway. But JRPG.
Oh, he's one of those. He doesn't. People call him out for his bullshit, and he deletes their comments because he can't handle criticism.
RPGs are trash, man. I agree with you, but yeah, no, JRPGs, like, shut your fake gamer punk ass up. You don't come to my goddamn domain and tell me anything. I tell you something and you...
My domain. What is this, Jujutsu Kaisen, bro? You don't come to my domain and tell me this or that. Bro, you're posting on a public platform. YouTube's a public platform. What the fuck you mean, your domain? Just because it's your channel, it's a public open discussion platform that anyone can talk about, anyone can comment on. That's why comments are public, unless you intentionally make them private. You are living in your own echo chamber of people that you only allow people in your echo chamber that agree with you. That's it. That's how you get to become this delusional. When you have a army of basically simps for you and your God King fucking level delusion, that's how you become like this. And anyone that has any other slightly different opinion whatsoever, you delete their comments. And you're proud of it. That's a pathetic way to look at life, man. That's a pathetic way to live. I mean, fair enough. You do whatever you want to do, bro. But good night, man. All these fake gamers. What's a fake gamer? A gamer isn't an earned title. It isn't an earned position. You don't have to fill out an application and present a resume to be a gamer. You play games. You're a gamer. It doesn't matter what games you play. Like Cosmic said, you could be playing My Little Pony Adventures. You could be playing Genshin Impact. You could be playing Fortnite. You could be playing Final Fantasy. You could be playing MOBAs. You could be playing mobile games. Anyone that plays games is a gamer. There's no such thing as a fake gamer. You play video games, you're a gamer. It's a very, very simple aspect to wrap your head around.
You listen. Gonna sit here and say JRPGs are trash and not for real gamers, but if I go through your trophies, your punk ass is only playing GTA 5, Fortnite, Call of Duty, and all this other fraudulent stuff. Man, get the hell off my channel. You frauds don't deserve to be here. You don't deserve to tell me anything. I'm the alpha. I'm the omega. I have thousands upon thousands of hours into games.
I'm the Alpha, I'm the Omega. Oh my lord, brother. I really hope this is an act he puts on. I really hope this isn't actually how he is in real life. Oh my god, I really hope this is a character he plays. I really, really do, because God have mercy. Wow. That's something.
Single games, by the way. We're not talking about just overall. I have thousands of hours into single RPGs. I really do this. So if you're going to listen to anybody, you should listen to me.
I'm pretty confident this man has never touched a woman in his life. You're going to brag about the thousands and thousands and thousands of hours you've put into these video games? Talk about how your opinion is absolutely superior and you are the Alpha and the Omega and the God King. You're just the Lord of the Nerds, I guess? No one else is allowed to have any other opinions because apparently you've put more hours into a video game than them? No one else is allowed to have opinions? Everyone's allowed to have fucking opinions. Everyone's allowed to voice those opinions. You're more than welcome not to agree with them. But saying, oh no, you can't have these opinions in my domain. Dude, you have a public YouTube channel. You're fucking ridiculous. That doesn't make you any better than anyone else. You're not better than anyone else because you have a YouTube channel. You just have a hobby that you put time into. Congratulations.
Because I have the proof.
What up, Shawty? This is just me reacting to an absolutely delusional, ridiculous dude on YouTube.
The stats, the badges to back it up. You don't.
This man truly believes that trophies in video games mean something in real life. Like, he's actually looking at his video game trophies like they're actual trophies, like he won the Super Bowl. Or he won the NBA Finals. He's talking like these little virtual PNG trophies in a video game. He won the world championships. You're the world champion in delusion, that's for sure. This ain't the Olympics, bro. This ain't the Olympics.
You only want to play an RPG now because everyone's talking about it. You're a fraud, and you will always be a fraud. But bottom line, this is the most overrated game of 2025 so far. If GTA 6 releases, then that'll take the title as the most overrated game of 2025. But as it stands right now, this is the most overrated game of 2025. It's nowhere near as good as people are hyping it up to be. It's just not. It has nothing going for it, and it'll be forgotten in the next week. I mean, people are already forgetting about it, and the game is only a couple days old. So it's just sad, man. It's like, you people need to play better games and stop embarrassing yourself. This is getting ridiculous at this point. And then we'll have losers like, oh, but come on, young. I mean, like, come on. Well, why don't you just give people some recommendations on what they should play in, man? All you do is...
I hate that voice fist, by the way. Why do you care so much what other people play and what other people enjoy, dude? How is other people having a good time ruining your day? That's true. We haven't actually seen him play this game. It's just been nothing but stock footage of one battle, the first 10 minutes into the video game, and then first 20 minutes of the introductory cutscene. We have no idea if he's actually even bought or played this game. He just thought, hey, I'm going to have a different opinion than everybody else. I don't have to back up my opinions with any sort of facts or evidence. No, I could just put out some absolutely bogus, ridiculous claims and call it a day. Put it out there, farm engagement. Clown.
Is just make these videos hating on games and calling people out and insulting people for their gaming preferences. And you're just so mean. You're such a mean guy. Why don't you put people onto some games that maybe they should check out? No, why should I? I shouldn't have to. I've tried to help you losers out in the past, and you didn't want to listen to me. Young is nothing but a troll. Young is...
Dude, he's been hurt, bro. He might be too far gone. He's been hurt. Someone hurt this man's feelings. And he's been on a warpath ever since.
Nothing but a contrarian. Young, it just says things for rage bait. He's only a rage bait channel. Don't take him seriously.
Oh, so now he's quoting all of these comments from past videos. So everyone's onto his bullshit. Everyone knows it. But he keeps leaning into it. He keeps leaning into it because that's the only way he gets engagement, because he doesn't put out any actual good content. He puts out rage bait, ridiculous information out there with no substantial evidence to back it up whatsoever. Ridiculous claims. His RPG waifu didn't fuck him. Oh, Cosmic, that's fucking gold, bro. Good shit. Damn right.
So why should I help you out? I don't know what I'm talking about, right?
Correct.
Although I have the greatest taste that the universe has ever seen when it comes to gaming. But no one takes Young seriously. Why listen to him? So no, I'm not interested in helping you losers out. I'm going to keep exposing bad games like this because I am pissed off, deeply irritated that trash like this gets all the attention. I can name 30 games that released this year that are better than this, and they get no attention, they get no hype, no praise because a stupid IGN or any type of trash channel reviewer didn't hype them up, didn't get paid to talk about them. Trash streamers, trash YouTubers that don't even play games didn't get paid to talk about them.
There's no way to make this person happy. I'm doing well, Raven. How are you, my friend? Good to see you.
So you don't think they're good, right? Because let's be honest, you don't care about a game's quality. You just care about what your favorite stupid YouTuber had to say. What your favorite stupid streamer, who are all frauds, by the way, had to say.
Everyone's
so no,
a
I'm
fraud.
not interested.
Every single person's a fraud except this man. He's the only one that speaks truth because he is the God King. Just everyone remember that. Yeah. No one else is allowed to have any other sort of opinions. No one's allowed to criticize or debate or bring up any sort of argument against this person whatsoever. No, you're not allowed to do that. Because remember, he's the God King. This is his domain, his words. Lord have mercy, man. There's some people you just can't help, huh?
In helping you clowns out. You clowns need to be motivated to help yourselves out. As a matter of fact, no, what you clowns need to do is fade away. Just like this goddamn character on the screen. That's what you need to do. Get the hell out of gaming.
And we're back.
I don't like the autoplay feature. Okay, well, there was that.
Claire Expedition.
Okay, so we're obviously gonna give that a downvote. I'm not even gonna waste my time. Not even gonna waste my time commenting. The fact that this man has almost 40,000 subs, that is unbelievable to me. That is truly insane. That, I mean, I would imagine most of them probably just enjoy his consistent hatred of everything. They probably find it funny. That was impressive. That was impressive how delusional that man is. I feel sorry for him. I truly feel sorry for that person. That person needs a hug, and probably needs to see some therapy. To be 100% honest, they need a hug and they need some therapy because they got some deep-seated trauma, and they're taking it out on literally everyone else over a video game, bro. That's sad to see. That's sad to see. But hey, it is what it is. I wanted to see it. I was hoping to see at least one single informed and just I wanted to see one informed take that I could maybe like look at from an outside perspective and be like, you know what, maybe they've got a point. Nope. It was nothing but hate, generalizations, and ignorance is what it was. But hey, it's all good. It happens. We are going to check this next one out. This is actually no. Hold on. We're gonna go on the opposite end of the spectrum. So this is one of my favorite channels. This is from Legendary Drops. He's got almost 400k subs. This man knows what the hell he's talking about. I really, really appreciate this guy a lot. He makes really, really good content. So I wanted to check this one out. I haven't seen this one before. All right, Cosmic, you have a great night, buddy. I appreciate you. Must be nice to make hating your whole personality facts. My Wi-Fi is bad soon. I'll leave to go to work, my friend. All good, buddy. I hope you have a great day at work.
That's irresponsible, and it's going to lead us down a dangerous path. Fear-mongering.
Hold on. Sorry.
I can't believe that this has happened already. It is sad is what it is, because it's only been a month since I made a video saying that I knew that these indie titles were going to be viewed as a threat by the rest of the industry because they expose, their success exposes that you don't need 300 to 1,000 developers to be able to make a great game. No, in most cases, these guys have way too many cooks in the kitchen. They're spending way too much money, and all they're doing is delivering slop in return.
It's funny he mentioned that. That was the saying I literally said earlier tonight was too many cooks in the kitchen. Just let the few cooks cook, man. Just let the few chefs cook. Too many hands in the kitchen's a bad thing, yo.
And with a slew of indie successes that we've seen over the last couple of years, and also probably some more of them that are down the road, now with this year's Summer Games Fest, things have escalated a lot. Because Jeff Keighley walked out onto stage and congratulated these studios, talked about how small they are and what they accomplished, and then compared their sales to AAA games on a big graphic in the background.
Bro, that is ballsy. That is ballsy to go at the major players like that.
That's not good. That made a lot of people very upset.
Oh, I'm sure.
So much so that it has now changed the rhetoric around this conversation. See, our discussions around these successes and how small these teams are, that's irresponsible, and it's going to lead us down a dangerous path. Fear-mongering to protect bad and expensive games, apparently. But don't worry, they have a way to fix it. See, all you need to do is just tell the players that all of your complaints, all of your concerns, all of these bad games that have failed that we've seen over the last couple of years, that's not your problem. You don't need to understand. It's not your game. So today what we're going to do is we're going to discuss this dangerous path that we're headed down right now because of all of these indie successes and how apparently you need to stop worrying about things that don't concern you. Just because you bought the car doesn't mean you need to understand how it works. That's a quote. But before that, a word from today's sponsor. If you guys have been following this channel, you guys know that I've been working out every single week since the start of this year, and I haven't missed a single day yet. By the way, dividends are starting to pay off. With that said, my biggest weakness is my diet. Middle of the night diet in. I've been using it.
Oh, he's going about Factor. Yeah. Factor is actually really, really good. Meal program. I did Factor for months and months, so I actually highly recommend it. So if I ever get to the point where I'm big enough to get a sponsor, that's actually one sponsor I would take on just because I've actually used that product without them paying me because I was paying them. It's a little on the pricey side. It's good stuff though.
High
good
protein
food.
Usually are, but it's the opposite. It almost feels like I'm cheating because that's how good these are. Free
They are
shipping
really
on your
good.
first box. We just went through an absolute storm of reveals and updates through the PlayStation State of Play, the Xbox Direct, and the Summer Games Fest, while AAA publishers were in attendance with some genuinely solid offerings coming on down the pipeline. I am so stoked for Resident Evil 9, by the way. Little known fact, that's actually one of my most favorite game series of all time. But one of the things that really should have stood out to a lot of people is how many more indie and AA games were shown, and in some cases, garnered more attention.
I love to hear that. I love to hear that indie is starting to get a little bit more of a mass market, not mass market, but more of a spotlight for the overall market. A lot of them deserve it. And one of the reasons why I think like a lot of indie games don't ever truly blow up is just because they don't have the marketing to be able to get out to the mass audience that would truly love that game and play it and appreciate it. So if indies start getting more of a spotlight on them, I think that's going to be nothing but better for the entirety of gaming as a whole.
In fact, in Jeff Keighley's intro into the Summer Games Fest, he painted the picture of a thriving, democratized industry, highlighting games like Repo and Schedule 1 as breakout indie successes made by tiny teams, yet standing next to major AAA.
I think Schedule 1 was made by one person. I think so. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure that was made by one human. When you're talking about like tiny teams, like that's the tiniest you can get. You can't go much lower than one. That's insane.
Releases like the Oblivion Remaster and Monster Hunter Wilds in sales. He also celebrated Clair Obscur as a masterpiece developed by under 30 developers who broke away from big publishers. He framed it as proof of some of today's most innovative projects coming from outside of the traditional system thanks to tools like Unreal and digital distribution. Now, to any normal person that was watching this show, this was just heartfelt appreciation, a tribute to the indie scene and what they've been able to accomplish. It's showing just how accessible and, more importantly, how possible it is to find success in the games industry regardless of your team size. However, to a few in AAA as well as in the media, Keeley's appreciation and his choice of words were seen as dangerous. In an article written by Lincoln Carpenter, a PC gamer titled No Jeff Keighley, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 was not made by under 30 developers, and devs say repeating the myth is a dangerous path. SGF's fascination with small staff sizes discredits the integral work of external contractors and contributors. Lincoln writes, while opening last night's summer game...
I see what they're saying. Yeah, because they obviously did do some contract work for people that weren't there every day, all day for the 5 years that it was under development. There's bits and pieces of the game that they would contract out for, a smaller contract. So that makes sense.
Games Fest Showcase, host and Game Awards founder Jeff Keighley noted how 2025 had been marked by the surprise successes of smaller game projects, alongside indie creations that stand side by side with heavyweights. Keighley shouted out Clair Obscur Expedition 33 from Sandfall Interactive, which he called a monumental achievement made by a team of under 30 developers. Given Clair Obscur's critical reception and its millions in sales, it's compelling to think that fewer than 36 people could produce such a success. That under 30 developers figure has been circulated in conversation and in coverage. It's a claim that we quoted from the game's creative director in our own press release reporting. It's an inspiring idea. It's also factually incorrect. They go on to say that while Sandfall's core team is indeed around 30 developers, less than half of the game's total credits belong to them. The rest are attributed to external contractors, animation teams, QA teams, porting studios, localization staff, audio producers, playtesters, and more, whose contributions were essential to the game's overall success. They then write, acknowledging those contributions detracts nothing from Clair Obscur's achievement. It is by an overwhelming majority of accounts a good-ass video game, and Sandfall's core team should be celebrated for that, but misrepresenting the scale of its production intentionally or otherwise draws an implicit distinction between what does and doesn't qualify as real game development. If you're justifiably annoyed when a game launches as a buggy mess, you should want the contributions of QA testers who do the complex work of identifying those bugs before release to be properly credited and valued. Otherwise, that integral labor in QA and localization and compatibility testing is seen as disposable, a perception that contributes to abusive working conditions in overseas contractor studios and drives the recent unionization efforts in the US.
Okay, so I never even thought about the playtesters as like a factor in it, but that they bring up a really good point. They bring up a really good point there, that is an integral part of releasing a finished game with the least amount of bugs they can possibly have. You have to go through the playtesting. You have to go through that. So I don't know how many people were in charge of that as like their primary role, but that is definitely a huge factor that goes into it. So I'll admit I didn't know that. So the times I've said it was made with about 30 people, turns out I've been incorrect. But you can only give out the information that you know of. If you read that in multiple articles, many different articles and multiple YouTube videos like I have, and you just assume it's the facts, turns out they're not the facts. Well, sorry if I was spreading incorrect information, but that's what I was led to believe.
Game developers on Blue Sky reacted with frustration and discomfort to Summer Games Fest 2025's preoccupation with the mythological small development team. It's incredibly noticeable how often an army of outsources outside of America and Western Europe is left out of these team sizes, said director of Bithell Games, founder Mike Bithell. That's the part I find real uncomfortable.
I'm Mike Bithell.
Balatro creator Local Thunk noted that he too is often credited as one guy who made Balatro, which he says contributes to a David versus Goliath narrative that has been oversimplified. TVGS, the developer of Schedule 1, was also shouted out as a solo developer by Jeff Keighley during last night's Summer Games Fest. Schedule 1's in-game credits show that the art and music was provided by...
No, it was not one guy. Look at the dang in-game credits. That's fair enough. That is perfectly valid, and I did not know. I did not know. I've not played that game. I don't know a whole lot about that game other than it's literally selling drugs. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, yeah. You would think reading the in-game credits would immediately eliminate that as a possibility of it being just one person making the game. But that's what I heard, so I assumed that was accurate, but oops. Apparently I was wrong.
2 other contributors. No, it was not one guy, Local Thunk said. Look at the dang in-game credits. I was really
That's
uncomfortable
funny.
with this part as well, and it's not just because the math doesn't math. One dev plus 9 friends working with him is 10 people, not one, said games licensing producer and consultant Mike Futter, referencing a moment at Summer Games Fest when Keeley described an upcoming brawler, Acts of Blood, being made by a solo developer in Indonesia with the help of 9 friends. Expedition 33 is a triumph, but it wasn't made by 30 people. Contractors provided vital labor. This is a dangerous path that we're walking, Futter said.
Okay.
It's
Now I get it. If there's incorrect information out there and you want to set the record straight, fair enough, more power to you. But the fact that you're calling this a dangerous path to walk, really? It's dangerous. It's dangerous that people have the incorrect total number of people that worked on a video game in their article. Dangerous isn't really a word I think I would use in that context. Misleading, sure. Incorrect, misinformation, sure. All of those stand. Dangerous? Come on now. That's just a divisive word for a relatively not serious issue. We all know it. Come on. You're being ridiculous there.
Not hard to imagine in which ways repeating the myth of Claire Obscure's team size could contribute to worse conditions for games and for the people developing them. If publishers and investors are convinced that games like Expedition 33 were made with only 30 developers, they will be less inclined to support the necessary staff and production budgets that development projects require, regardless of whether it's true. Good, fucking good. I hope that they're paying attention to this. Also, take notice of the guy in the retweet. It feels kind of fucked up, not because they're often misrepresenting the real size of these teams, but because I think it plays directly into a newish flavor of dev hate. Celebrating indie successes is a new kind of hate for game developers. What are you guys on? Game developers on Blue Sky reacted with frustration and discomfort. Oh, wow, what a shocker. We've never seen that before. Industry folks taking issue because players are excited that something doesn't involve 1,000 developers and $1 billion budget. These guys weren't upset because anybody lied. They were upset because for a moment, the spotlight moved away from these massive teams and onto these smaller, more focused ones.
Preach! Preach! I am not a video game developer, okay? I do not know all the ins and outs of video game development. I do not know all of the pieces that are in that machine and how they all work together. So I am speaking from a term of ignorance when it comes to the entirety of that project in a nutshell. However, if a game like Expedition 33 can be made with a team, even, let's say, okay, it wasn't made by 30 people. Let's say in total, with all of the contract workers, with all of the playtesters, with all of the other support staff around them, let's triple the number. Triple seems fair. Say 90 people in total. 90 people made this video game. That is arguably a masterpiece. Game of the Year contender. Legendary game. 90 people. Versus major AAA developers that have staff in the 500 to 1,000 person range. Employee range. 500 to 1,000. I think some might have more. I'm sure some have less. You're telling me that with up to 10 times the amount of employees, 10 times the amount of budget, And you can't put out anything close to the same amount of quality that this team did. The gamers aren't the problem. You can't blame the gamers for where you have deficiencies. That sounds to me like you have too much bloat in your company when it comes to too many people that aren't pulling their weight and too much budget going to the wrong things. You need to quit pointing your finger at other people, and you need to start looking in the mirror as a company that has one sole mission of putting out good video games. That's on you. Don't come at us for that. Talk about this is a dangerous path. Shut the fuck up.
And if that message spreads, that's a real problem. If investors start seeing these leaner projects as the future, it threatens the entire foundation that these guys have built their careers on. Sucks to be you. Can we not pretend like players are idiots? Nobody thinks that these games are made in total isolation. We know that these teams use external help. QA, localizers, voice actors, publishing support. What makes this conversation so dishonest is the implication that acknowledging a small team's success somehow erases those people. It doesn't. It just draws a clear line between core development and support. That distinction matters. Because the
Preach. Couldn't have said it better myself. We're moving on.
core team is where the game is defined. They are the ones making the system, setting the tone, deciding what the experience even is. Everyone else, while valuable, steps in to help polish and execute on that vision. They are not the ones driving it. It's not disrespectful to say that. It's just recognizing the difference between creative ownership and contracted labor. Maybe you don't need a staff of 300 people and a budget of $200 million to make something great. Maybe less does actually mean better. And if that catches on, that is a problem, because for people whose value is tied to these studios' scale, not impact, they're going to start losing relevance.
That was a bar. That was a bar.
That's what tied to these studios is on. That is a problem, because for people whose value is tied to these studios' scale, not impact, they're going to start losing relevance. That's
tied to the scale, not the impact.
That's what really bothers these guys. Not that players are confused, but that players are waking up to just how unnecessary all of this excess is, because we are the ones that are paying for it. Prices
got to cut the fat. There are more than 30 people involved in Expedition 33. However, the number of game developers at Sandfall is 37-ish. Game developer is an actual job title, so yes, but no to what the video said.
Are going up, monetization's getting worse, and it's not a mystery. These publishers cannot sustain their own bloat, their own size, so they have to shift the costs onto us. It is not sustainable. It's not ethical, and no amount of carefully worded articles is going to change that. So when these
just the most ridiculous kind, but we're on to more positive stuff. We're on to more positive stuff. No more rage bait. You don't got to worry about that. But what he's saying is 100% right. There's too much bloat. There's too much bloat at these major AAA developing companies. They've grown to such a massive scale that not only can they not have one singular vision for a video game, it takes entirely too long to implement changes, to implement corrections, to fix where things may go wrong. It becomes almost like, imagine a skyscraper, but once you get to the top floor, then they just start building out. Eventually, you can only build out so far before that skyscraper comes tumbling down. There's too much bloat. It makes no sense to have it all up there. You're ruining the structural integrity of your foundation. The difference between a giant AAA developer and Sandfall, the people that made Expedition 33, is the foundation itself. Expedition 33 had a strong foundation. It had just enough people that they could keep the mission the same. They all knew what they wanted to do. They all knew the path they were going on, and they were able to collectively work on it together and get to the finish line with the core premise and mission intact. AAA developers can't do that anymore. Once you get to a certain size, you have too many people with too many dissenting opinions, and nothing substantial and nothing of impact can get done. If you have 17 layers of middle management, which fucking manager do you listen to? It's not the right way to do business when you get to that point. You lose the core. You lose the special sauce because there's too many cooks in the kitchen. That's what it boils down to. The more people that are there, the more opinions, the more arguments, the more fucking bullshit sending stuff up the corporate ladder. It's too much. It's too much. It's not a healthy system. And all it's going to do is keep getting bigger. It's going to keep getting bigger. And then eventually it's going to collapse. Like I said, it's actually a perfect example. That's the most genius way to put it. Thank you. Ubisoft France has 1,000 employees. I don't know what the breakdown of the team is, though. Can't be more than 100 janitors, though. Well, there are some masterpieces, even if they are few and far between. There's been some great games to come out of Ubisoft. There's been great games to come out of that game developer. But compare Ubisoft in the early days to what Ubisoft has become. Because to me, it's heartbreaking. Because Ubisoft has made some of my favorite games. And then you see what they are now, and it's like, this isn't even the same company I love anymore. It's just, what does it become? You know, it's just not, it's not the same. Too much growth can be a bad thing. And we're seeing it play out in real time.
These guys lash out. It's not really about protecting labor. It's about protecting their place within the system, because credit to them isn't just recognition. It's job security. It's relevance. And they know if they were credited based solely on their creative contribution, not headcount or job title, a lot of them would vanish from this conversation entirely. Oh,
Yeah.
hell, D, how could you say something like that? Well, I mean, this entire article wants to talk about the credit of a success. All of these people deserve credit. If that's what this was really all about, how important their efforts are, then why isn't accountability in this conversation? Oh, that's right, because none of these people would ever have to face it. Only the core creatives would. So I guess they're only important when the game succeeds, not when it
Cosmic.
fails. What I find
That was
hilarious
out of
is how
pocket, bro.
reactionary this entire article is and how it fails to rewrite the story before it gets away from them. And what's even funnier is how shallow their reading of the situation actually is, because directly after Keeley's celebration of indie titles, what did we see? Mortal Shell 2, a sequel from a studio that grew off of the back of a lean first project from 4 developers up to 30. Then we saw Munfish, Atomic Heart developers, who scaled up from their first success and are now building not 1, but 2 massive projects. So if this small team model is so dangerous, why does it keep resulting in cheaper games and more jobs, not fewer? They say that promoting the myth of
This dude's cooking, y'all.
a 30-person development team might lead to investors cutting budgets. That's not a warning, that's a threat. That's the slippery slope fallacy in full effect. If you keep saying that these games are made by smaller teams, then the industry will collapse. No, what will actually happen is these publishers will stop wasting their money hiring for roles that they don't need. They'll stop inflating their headcounts to justify their inflated budgets, and that shift will create more work for external contractors, more projects.
Never found that Chroma Catalyst, and I'm sad about it. What's up, Donnie? Good to see you. I am not. My dad's out of state right now, so I wasn't able to see him. But I appreciate it. Same to you.
And more financial flexibility for people pretty much across the board. This is the part that the industry doesn't want to admit. Smaller teams don't just produce better games, they produce more games faster, cleaner, and cheaper. With cleaner creative direction, keeping the studio lean like Sandfall did means that the vision isn't being filtered through 40 layers of producers and marketing executives. That's why Expedition 33 resonated, because it was focused. But
Boom. He basically said what I said, just more succinctly, just more to the point. When you have that many managers, you have to send something up. It's like, hey, we're thinking about changing this particular little enemy. We want to change it from dark gray to dark red. We gotta send it up the pipeline. We have to send it up for approval. It's gotta be sent to this assistant, and then this assistant's gotta be sent to the supervisor, and the supervisor to the manager, then the manager to the acting vice manager, and then the vice manager to the actual regional manager, and then you see what I'm saying? It just keeps going and going and going and going and going and going. And then finally, when they get to the point, to the person that actually makes the decision, the person says yes. And it's got to go all the way back down the ladder to the people making the change. That might seem ridiculous. It's because it is. It might seem inconsequential until it's not. Until it's every decision. Everything we need to add, everything we need to take, everything we need to change. Constant. Up the ladder, down the ladder. Up the ladder, down the ladder. Imagine it. Imagine, again, we'll go back to the skyscraper reference. Imagine all the people in just like the color department being on floor 2 of the skyscraper. They have to send a messenger up 10 flights of stairs to eventually get an answer. And then he's got to go down 10 flights of stairs. He's exhausted. It took a long time. Just for them to get another question. Up the 10 flights of stairs. Down the 10 flights of stairs. Sandfall has a fucking elevator. An office building with 3 floors. Hit the elevator. Boop, boop. Hey, we need to do this. Cool. Boop, boop. Hey, they said we're good. Going up 2 flights with an elevator versus 10 fucking flights by foot. That's the difference. That's the difference in the regulation. That's the difference when it comes to decision making. That is the difference when it comes to scale. Smaller teams can hop on a fucking phone call, Zoom call, Discord call, whatever it is. Hey, decision makers, there's 5 of us. 5 head people making decisions for these departments. Hop on a quick call real quick. Hey, I was thinking about doing this. What do you think? I like it. That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. Oh, well, what if we do about that? We can all kind of discuss real quick. Cool. We got an answer. We got a vision. We're all on board. Fucking get it done. That's the difference. On top of it being so much more efficient and so much faster, it's also such a smaller team, you're able to keep the core passion for the project going. Keep it strong. It's like a fire. You got to keep the fire lit. You got to keep them embers going. Versus trying to spread out a fire among a giant workforce of people, and half of the people there are just there for a paycheck. They don't give a shit about the vision. They don't give a shit about what the game truly means or how much of an impact it's going to have on the people playing. They're just trying to go 9 to 5, get a paycheck, go home, fuck off, do whatever the hell they want to do. That's the difference. Motherfucker's cooking. He's got the special sauce. He's got the recipe. He has the ultimate grill. He had the stove delivered from God himself, and he's using it.
But instead of confronting that, they would rather guilt trip you. They say that if you support this narrative, if you continue to perpetuate it, then you are complicit in abuse, that you're encouraging exploitation just by getting excited over a well-made indie title. That's an appeal to guilt, and it's pathetic. When I hear people want to push back on this so-called small team fallacy, I know exactly what this is. It's self-preservation. Anyone can see
They're scared.
It's because these small teams have basically exposed a truth that people are not comfortable with, which is that there is a difference between skill and talent. There's a difference between skilled labor, skilled game developers, and talented creatives that know how to actually make something that people want to play. Big studios can't touch that. They can't replicate it because their core creatives, their most talented people, in a lot of cases, are buried under layers of scale. Or they're just pushed out of the system entirely, which then they go on to make their own studios, and these are some of the games that these guys are making.
Speaking of which, tying all this together, some of the head developers of Sandfall, the people that made Expedition 33, were originally developers for a massive AAA studio. They didn't like how it was run. They didn't like how soulless it was. They didn't like all of the projections from the investors, and they wanted the ROI, and they had the strict budgets, and they had the strict deadlines. They didn't enjoy that. They got tired of it. They lost the love for what they were doing. They left. They went and they created their own game developing company, Sandfall. They said, we want to make video games that we want to play, that we will love, that we know other gamers will love. And we don't have to deal with all the other bullshit of all the other investors and stakeholders and middle management that don't care about the game. They care about the profits. That's where you lose your soul. When the people that care about the profits are the people making the final decision. That's when you lose the soul. That's when you lose the heart of whatever creative project you're creating.
Smaller teams succeed specifically because the fact they're not mixing all of these people. You have to keep in mind that even though some of these guys might not be working right next to one another, just being in the same building in some cases will cause a lot of bleed over because people want to be more involved. People want to get promotions. People want to put their thumbprint on whatever that game is going to be. Smaller teams succeed because the vision isn't polluted. They get to protect it. The creative direction of the game is isolated from the supporting labor. That's not a slight, by the way. That's just reality. That's just structure. That's management, proper management. And it's why these indie games feel far more cohesive, and in a lot of cases, why these AAA games feel like they're completely lost before they even launch.
Mm-hmm.
The more this indie thing works, the more it starts to threaten AAA, because these massive studios have tied their value to scale. And what I mean by that is that we are not paying for quality anymore. We are paying for their budgets. That's
I'll be right there on the street with you, Cosmic.
the problem. So anytime that players start asking the right questions about budget, about scale, about the development.
You know, I know it auto-corrected to exposition 33. But that kind of fits too. Not gonna lie. Exposition kind of fits too. Especially given this context.
Developers that they're hiring, well, it puts the entire system under a microscope, and they can't handle that. They really can't, because they don't even know they don't even know what to do about it. That's why we're seeing the media right now standing up to tell us to stay in our lane when it comes to some of this stuff. You just don't.
They're panicking. A bunch of these major people in these major development companies are panicking. Especially because you got to think about the stakeholders and the investors. They're like, why are we investing tens upon hundreds of millions of dollars into these games and we're never getting our money back from it? They're pissed. And then everyone on the line down below them are getting shit on because the top dogs and the top brass are pissed. So everybody's panicking. They don't know how to fix it. They don't know what to do. So then all of a sudden they have a couple game journalists say, hey, put out this story. Do this narrative. Stop the people from telling us what they want. We know what they want. We know what the gamers want better than they do. No, you don't. You don't. If you did, you want to be bleeding money.
Don't understand it. There's too many misconceptions, as if we're the ones that aren't paying for all of this. You know, instead of confronting these issues, they just pivot to fear. And I think that that's just so pathetic. It's so pathetic. They call it a dangerous narrative. It's not a dangerous narrative. They act like praising small teams is going to somehow destroy people's careers, which is not going to happen. I mean, it probably will in some cases. Again, we're going back to that difference between talent and skill. But now they're looking in another direction. Mm-hmm. They're saying that the reason why you're upset isn't because these games are bad. It's because, well, you're ignorant to how they're made. Now, before writing for this video, I actually came across something that kind of supports this entire narrative. And that article, while probably not written with bad intentions, highlights one of the biggest problems with modern games journalism and developer outreach. They completely ignore the player's perspective and they downplay frustration. And in doing so, they end up gaslighting themselves, the developers, and the audience into believing that if we just understood how hard game development is, then we would stop asking questions. We would stop complaining about some of these things that we just apparently don't understand. That if we just saw the complexity, then maybe we would have some empathy. In an article written by Austin Wood of Games Radar titled, "We Cough Up a Chunk of Our Soul," 32 game devs, from Dune's John Romero to Helldivers 2 and Palworld leads, explain what people get wrong about games. They write, games put in a lot of effort into teaching you how they work, but just enough to get you comfortable in the driver's seat. This is the gas, your brake, your clutch. Here's what you need to operate this thing. But under the hood, the belts and tanks and pumps and the very appropriate engine, you don't need to worry about those. It's not even your car. Nobody expects players to have developer level knowledge about games, but because games don't dwell on this stuff, because as a player, you only get a driver's view, and because most studios rarely explain these elements, shout out to the blogs, threads, and GDC talks that do, there are a lot of misconceptions about how games are made. As a result, a lot of people who love games set themselves up for disappointment or frustration with skewed expectations or assumptions. I thought it'd be interesting to unpack some of those misconceptions since I don't have dev level knowledge either. I approached this the only way that I know how. I asked over 40 developers from around the world, most of them quoted in this story, some inspiring separate stories, one simple but big question. What is something that you would like to clear up that people, especially players, misunderstand about how games are made?
I appreciate the person that wrote this article, the fact that they actually took that much time and effort to actually go the extra mile to find these people, to ask them this question, to actually have like the drive to do that. I really appreciate that. I didn't necessarily enjoy or appreciate the car analogy, but I like where the person's mind is, their perspective. I like where their mind is at, and I like that they decided to follow through, and I'm curious to see what some of these developers said.
What follows in this article is a broad collection of developer quotes, over 40 in total, meant to pull back the curtain on how games are made and why so many players, in their view, get it wrong. The responses range from anywhere from thoughtful to defensive, but the reoccurring theme is clear. Game development is chaotic, fragile, deeply emotional, and far more difficult than players give it credit for. Gabe Cazzulo, developer of Ape Out and Baby Steps, led with the claim that video games just don't want to exist. They do everything wrong. We just kind of tear them into shape. Johan Pielstedt of Helldivers 2 argues that players don't realize how interconnected and fragile design choices are, that changing one thing can trigger cascading consequences across the game. He compares game development to film direction, but with the added complication that developers have to build the actor from the ground up before they can even begin. Others go on to echo this. Cole Medeiros says that players underestimate the hidden complexity behind a simple feature. Barrett Foddy claims that developers are partly to blame for the disconnect because players don't ever get to see anything past the most fun or glamorous parts. John Romero expands on this further, saying that game development isn't like building a house. It's not linear. It's an iterative process where changes in one system can break another. Even when a game technically works, it might still not be fun, and finding that fun can take years. From there, the article starts shifting towards defending collaborative structures of large teams. Developers from the game Possessors, a group from Devolver Digital, argue
Unk React should totally become a series. I think it could. I think it could have some potential. We'll see how the viewership is and see what people thought of it. I was definitely planning on like each individual video I wanted to splice up from this and actually just, put it out as VODs, see how the reactions for that is. But if people enjoy it and there's good feedback, I would definitely appreciate doing this on like an off night whenever I'm not streaming like video games. My normal Monday, Wednesday, Friday would be like, video game segments. And then, maybe like a random Tuesday or Thursday sometimes here or there, we could do something like this. What I would really like to see is a range of recommendations from you guys. Things you guys send me, whether it be in Discord or whatever. Maybe I could make a new text channel just for videos you guys find across the internet that you like and you'd like to see my reaction. So then maybe I could have like playlists set up that I was like, all right, I've got like 8 videos that my people have sent me. Let's sit down and let's check them out on stream tonight and see what I think. I think that'd be really cool, but a lot of it is up to how people react and how it goes. If people aren't enjoying the content, then, I don't want to keep doing it, Bro, every time you stream like this, I will be here all the time. Fuck yeah, my man. That's what I like to hear. I appreciate you. We love to hear that. Let's go. I thought it'd be unique. I thought it'd be different. I I just did not feel like getting angry at a video game and screaming and yelling and raging tonight. It's been a long week. I've done a lot of that this week. I've streamed a lot this week. So last night I needed to rest. I fell asleep like 9 p.m. So then I was like, I'm going to take it easy. Check out dude, we've let's see. Not even halfway through the list of the videos I wrote down earlier today. So I've got more content. I could definitely do another night like this for sure. But it's up to you guys to let me know, interact, share the videos when they come out, Let's do it. With this being on stream, I got off work, watched you from the time I got off, from the time I woke up from my nap. Hell yeah. Thank you for your support, my friend.
Many players don't understand how many disciplines touch even a single moment in a game like a boss fight. They emphasize that adding people to a team doesn't always make development faster and that communication can become an obstacle. More developers then chime in about the dangers of oversimplifying development timelines. Bucky of Pal World says that people assume that updates can be done in days when in reality a single new island might take half a year to build. He talks about hostile comments before content even ships,
you're the best,
and how hard it
Wildlifers.
is to
Thank you.
explain the timeline to frustrated players.
All of you
Towards
are.
the end, the article opens up more personal.
I'm blessed to have my followers that I do. I appreciate you guys. And if any of you can ever think of anyone, whether it be friend or family member or whatever, you think that would enjoy hanging out with us on stream, please share my channel with them. Word of mouth is the way to grow. You got to help me. Help me get it out there. Send it to everyone you think they would like it. Send them some shorts of some of my funny shorts you guys like. Invite them onto a stream. Hang out. You guys can talk in the chat while I'm getting my ass kicked by a boss. Let's make it happen. Let's just say I put a lot of skill points into maturity the past year. I'm proud of you, buddy. You're getting there. You're on the way, man. Just don't give up your childish side too quickly. You're allowed to be a kid for a while. Once you hit about 25, that's when you're like, all right, I need to start taking this life thing seriously. Training wheels need to come off around 25 or so.
Personally, several devs expressed their frustrations at being accused of laziness or incompetence, as Mansky criticizes the idea that tutorials or Unity experience somehow makes players qualified to judge production complexity, arguing that simple fixes are rarely simple. Brenda Romero then adds a humanizing note at the end, saying that even failed launches are the result of teams coughing up a chunk of their soul. Now, I skimmed through most of this article for your sake and mine because while there are a few genuinely insightful comments that are buried in there, the overall message is pretty clear. Have empathy, understand our struggle, be patient. But here's the thing, this isn't a support group, guys. It's a business, and no amount of goodwill is going to make players feel better about paying $80 for broken launches, gutted franchises, and a menu that is filled with microtransactions. This entire piece
Say it again for the people in the back.
Is going to make players feel better about paying $80 for broken launches, gutted franchises, and a menu that is filled with microtransactions. This entire piece tries to
fucking peak. This is such a good change of pace from it just sucks because I say it does. Yes. That's why there was only one of those kind of rage bait kind of videos out of my list. All the rest are actually pretty exciting. The one after this, it's a much shorter one, guys. It's much more on the edge of comedy. Funnier, kind of wacky out there stuff. So we'll finish it off on a funnier, more lighthearted note. It looks so much nicer when you're not upset. Thank you, Kate. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to see that side of me. Just he talked shit about one of my absolute favorite games that I love very dearly. And I don't take kindly to that. AAA Games wants to know your location. Oh, it's clutch, my guy.
To sound like it's informative, like it's giving players a peek behind the curtain, but the real function is much softer. It's recontextualizing criticism as misunderstanding. It's reframing negative player sentiment as a byproduct of ignorance, not a signal that something is going wrong. Look, man, I get it. Developers are under pressure, but players are too. We're the ones that are risking our money, our time, and our loyalty. Yet Somehow, it's always us that are the ones that are expected to be more patient, more.
And I will play a little bit of devil's advocate here, because I've agreed with basically almost everything he has said. And I know it's kind of framed as a war between video game developers versus the player base. That's kind of how it's framed. That's the war. It's the two warring sides. It's like, you don't realize what we go through. It's soul crushing. It's this, it's that, it's blah blah blah. And versus the players are like, you don't realize, how frustrating it is. We're so excited for these games. We wait months and months, and they're broken messes, and they're disasters, and they're expensive. And I get it. That's and both sides have a point. We need to combine, and we need to go after the people at the top that don't give an absolute flying fuck about either side. The stakeholders, the investors, the top managers, all of the people at the very tippy top that keep signing their own paychecks and keep giving themselves raises every year, that are just don't give a flying fuck about the buyers or the developers. They don't care about any of us. They care about profit and profit alone. They are the epitome of greed. That's the problem. They are the problem. They're not passionate developers that are putting their soul into the video game. They're not the consumers that are absolutely falling in love with video games and sharing their love of those games with everybody they could possibly share it with. Giving 5-star glowing reviews on YouTube, making love letters, writing hour-long documentaries on these games that they absolutely love and are passionate about. It's not about us versus them. It's about us together versus them. Those are the people I have a problem with. It's the exact same way in the anime space, man. The poor artists, the poor animators, all of those people that are on these ungodly, horrific freaking time frames, man. They fall asleep in their office. They wake up in their office just because they don't want to waste time commuting to and from work. Gamers assemble! Yeah. Okay. Let's get this one done.
Forgiving, more empathetic. That empathy never seems to go the other direction. We're always told that we need to understand the complexity, but when we ask for basic communication or transparency, suddenly it's not our place. We're not heartless. Most players already know that game development is hard. We know that changes can take time. We know that there's pressure and burnout and creative compromises that have to be made, but that knowledge does not obligate us to patience. This is a transactional relationship. Players are paying more.
That was a bar.
Creative compromises that have to be made, but that knowledge does not obligate us to patience. This is a transactional relationship. Players are paying more than ever for products that feel increasingly more incomplete. That's not empathy fatigue. That's consumer expectations. Johan Pielstad of Helldivers 2 weighed in here, understandably frustrated by player demands after their sudden success.
What a cosmic catch a stray. Wild Wipers, leave him alone.
But most of those requests were not outrageous. They were baseline features, industry staples, stuff that people...
Nah, leave the homie alone, bruh.
...reasonably expected at launch, like a game that didn't break the minute that you fired it up. I get that that success caught that studio off guard, but if you can't deliver on what players want after launch, that's not our failure to empathize. That's your missed opportunity. You have to meet that moment. You can't fumble it. And when you fumble it, you can't go and then blame the audience for noticing. I think Once Human's another really good example of this. That game saw huge player numbers at launch, but players were already warning the developers about seasonal resets months before that game even launched into alpha. I interviewed their team recently, and they just told me flat out that they heard the criticism, but they couldn't do anything about it. The game's entire foundation, its content model, its monetization structure was built around those seasonal resets. And while they did eventually fix that, it took nearly a year for them to do so. But from a player's perspective, that's not a fix. That is a delayed acknowledgement of something that shouldn't even have been there in the first place.
Pretty much.
I think that Elden Ring Night Rain is a really good example of what I mean by how these guys just do not want to see our perspective on things. No voice chat, no text chat, no crossplay, practically no communication tools at all. And while I get that FromSoft's engine was never built for persistent co-op, and maybe they're just stress testing netcode through this release, probably trying to get things ready for Duskbloods, it still doesn't matter. Those features are a standard. We see how successful they are. We know they have the resources. So when those basic features are missing, it's not a technical limitation. It feels like a choice, a frustrating, out of touch choice.
That. There's no excuse. I enjoyed Night Rain, but the only reason I enjoyed it was because I had a couple buddies and we were on a Discord call. And we had to be on a Discord call because there's no possible way we would have been able to communicate in real time through that game's engine. A cooperative 3-player game, co-op game, you have to have a way to be able to communicate with each other. Hell, like the original Call of Duty had online multiplayer with freaking voice chat. It's what, 15 years ago? However long ago the first Call of Duty came out? There's no excuse for that, bro. And this is coming from one of the biggest fans of From Software as a developer. I love, they are my number one developer. I love From Software. They dropped the ball hard. And it doesn't feel like just incompetence. It feels like negligence. It really does. It's like, how could you possibly not have a way to communicate with people in real time in a co-op 3-player multiplayer game?
That's why we're seeing more developers step forward.
If I put a link to a funny video I found in Discord, do you think you might react to it? I could do that. I got this one and then the funny one after it. And then after that, I could do it.
With these appeals to empathy.
How long is it, by the way?
The dialogue is shifting. It's making these guys feel uncomfortable. Players today are more vocal, more direct, and more willing to push back against some of these games. And while I don't think that this article was written maliciously, a lot of its tone mirrors this industry-wide discomfort and this desire to obfuscate accountability. There's that line from the article. You don't need to worry about that. It's not even your car. The fuck it isn't. We paid for it. All of it. These games only exist because we are willing to buy them. And if that car keeps breaking down, we have every right to ask what went wrong or walk away entirely.
Yeah.
Pretty much for the entire top end of this industry, their priorities shifted from the players to their scale. Because their scale is something that is justified by, their budget is justified by their scale. They need the budget, they need the funding, because that funding and that budget then leads to more money that those guys get to make, especially for executives and CEOs and people of that sort. And the problem is that when all of your focus is shifted to just the scale of your company, the product suffers as a result of it. Because the core creatives that you had originally, the ones that built a lot of our favorite franchises, become buried under layers of labor. You can't hear them anymore. Their creativity doesn't shine the same way that it used to. That's one of the reasons why a lot of these indie games have struck a chord with a lot of players, is because of the fact that these guys do not have any time to do anything else other than pay attention to their game. They don't even have the players yet, so they're not even thinking about you. They're just thinking about this game. And is it cool? Is it fun? Are people going to enjoy it? I hope that they do. And then they find out that, yeah, in fact, we do. And the more that we speak out about these games, the more that we notice a lot of these different issues and we vocalize them, the more uncomfortable that this industry is going to get. It's going to get really uncomfortable for them in the future, because this is something that's kind of crazy. I was talking to a few people behind the scenes.
Clock's ticking on our patience. Tick tock, tick tock.
And I had 2 videos about Ubisoft back to back. They got over 1.5 million views. Those videos were brought up and discussed in an investor meeting.
Wow.
That's trouble.
Yeah.
Because those videos were specifically talking about their loss in quality, poor management, things like that.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with any like social issues or anything like that. It's just literally, hey, your games used to be this. Now your games are this.
Yeah.
And they suck. And people aren't buying them, and people aren't interested in them anymore. And for Ubisoft and for a lot of these AAA companies, they don't know how to deal with that because it's never happened before. We haven't had that kind of power. We haven't had that kind of reach. You're going to see a lot more of this. You're going to see a lot more people pushing back on some of these different criticisms that people make. They're going to try to educate players more. You're going to see more people trying to appeal to empathy. Part of it is going to be for job security, but in a lot of cases, it's because all the noise that we're making is forcing changes upon them. As much as I criticize this industry for being investor-led in a lot of cases, those investors, when they hear about some of these things, they're going to come across some of it for sure. The louder the players are, the worse that these games perform, the more likely they are to see what the players are saying about them.
And it's a very simple thing we're asking for. Listen to us. Listen to us. Make what we want to play. We want to play games. We love games. Make games we want to play. It's not hard. Listen to us. We pay your bills. We buy your product. What do we want? Ask us that question. We will tell you what we want. Make that. We buy. Very simple concept. Hello, Two Cosmics. How are you guys?
And these guys are just as uneducated and result-driven as we are. And what's going to end up happening is these guys are going to have a lot less excuses and a lot more results. They have to recognize that the curtain's already been pulled back, and it's been pulled back for a long time, but it's been pulled back on the one thing that actually matters to players, and it's how much money these guys are making off of us and how much pressure that they are exerting on their audience financially, which is a lot. Game prices keep going up. It is the most popular talking point that I know of right now. Everybody has been discussing it. Monetization's another one of those as well. And these studios have to justify those prices because they need them to be able to sustain their scale. The problem is we don't like these games. We don't like these prices. And now we're questioning their scale.
Yep.
Something's going to have to give. Something's going to have to bend. Something's going to have to break. And
like I said, Cosmic, that skyscraper. It's too top heavy. It's about to come down.
I'll tell you right now, I don't think it's going to be the players. Anyway.
The players dictate the market. The players decide what they will and won't spend their money on. It wasn't just rage bait. There's been plenty of videos we've discussed today. I do like all the likes, though. I do appreciate all the support of everyone. That has been great.
Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the channel, subscribe to the channel. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below, share the video with your friends. Follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter.
I'm already subscribed to him, but Legendary Drops is his name. He's one of my favorite creators. He makes a lot of fantastic content, so please go check him out. Make sure to like the video, watch the video, subscribe to his channel. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. He makes phenomenal content. All right, so we're lightening the mood a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how well this guy's comedy and humor will translate to you, but I love this guy. He's hilarious.
Pimps!
Pimps! Motherfucking Flinkazoid! Yep, it's the same guy I showed you earlier, bro, but it's about Elden Ring Night Rain, so. This guy's fucking hilarious. I love this creator. His name is Flinkazoid. He's doing really well subscriber-wise as well. He's almost at 500K, and he deserves every single one because he's absolutely hilarious.
Pimps! Elden Ring Fortnite is out and it's given Dark Souls players their hardest challenge yet. Having friends. What an exciting time for sadists, masochists, and BDSM enjoyers everywhere. 3 days after the friend slop genre is created and From Software has already top-ticked it. I can't wait to see all the spreadsheets that come out on how to min-max making friends and defeating the big boss of crippling loneliness. Yeah. Of course I'm projecting. I've got no one to play this game with. My wife and her boyfriend are off vacationing in Galveston, so my team's blown. And they won't even give me voice chat, so I...
I'm about to spit out my drink, bro. Oh, man. Just banger after banger on this one.
Yeah. Course I'm projecting. I've got no one to play this game with. My wife and her boyfriend are off vacationing in Galveston, so my team's blown. And they won't even give me voice chat so I can harass the randoms that are somehow worse than I am. No wonder this game has a 65% review score. Actually, make that 75%. The Stockholm Syndrome is nicely settling in, and the game is finally finding its target audience. Critics are raving, saying that this is the perfect game for my gay polyamorous relationship. Well, what are the odds? 2 weeks after it releases and there's already...
Oh, how does this man come up with this shit, man? Oh my god, he's insane.
Another perfect game for Doom the Dark Ages fans. Still, the question that everybody keeps asking about Night Rain is, why is this not Bloodborne? Well, Miyazaki...
Yes! Yes! Where's Bloodborne? Where's Bloodborne? I need it. I need it in my life.
He finally had an answer at the stupid name fest, and between you and me, I think he was hinting at a Bloodborne sequel here. Take a listen. Honor. I will make literally anything other than Bloodborne. Hell, I just replaced 80% of the content in Elden Ring with a multiplayer mod, called it a new game, and made $200 million yesterday, baby. I am Japanese Todd Howard, and you will gobble my...
I am Japanese Todd Howard. Dude, that is brilliant. This man is brilliant, bro. Miyazaki only speaks Japanese, so we had to translate.
Of the content in Elden Ring with a multiplayer mod, called it a new game, and made $200 million yesterday, baby. I am Japanese Todd Howard, and you will gobble my slop. I repeat,
you will gobble my slop.
as long as it's not Bloodborne. Domino oregano, Miyazaki-san. The implications of this are staggering. What could this mean for the future of Bloodborne? I'll tell you what it means. It means we're gonna keep getting random references and completely unrelated.
An Astrobot? Astrobot had a reference to Bloodborne? That is wild.
Games for another 10 years instead of them just finally fucking updating Bloodborne so it runs at 60 FPS. In fact,
I need my FPSs. Give me my FPSs. 30 ain't enough. I need at least double that. I've been a good boy for Christmas. That's all I'm asking for. Just give me my FPSs.
oh, would you look at this? A Bloodborne skin in Night Rain? This isn't fucking funny, FromSoft. No, you stay out of this. They keep doing this. They've been doing this for the last 10 years. We got Bloodborne and go.
Yeah. You know, it's hilarious, and he's also just right. He's just correct. They're gonna literally dangle the Bloodborne in front of our noses, bro. No, you get a Bloodborne outfit in our Fortnite game. But you don't actually get the game. No, sorry, you're not allowed to have that. You don't get the FPSs.
Updating Bloodborne so it runs at 60 FPS. In fact, oh, would you look at this? A Bloodborne skin in Night Rain? This isn't fucking funny, FromSoft. No, you stay out of this. They keep doing this. They've been doing this for the last 10 years. We've got Bloodborne and Ghost of Tsushima. We've got Bloodborne and Astrobot. We've got poems and God of War Ragnarok based on Bloodborne lore. This company, FromSoft, is fighting his own war, and he has no rules, no boundaries. He doesn't flinch at torture, human trafficking, or genocide. He's not loyal to a flag or a country or any set of ideals. He trades blood for money, but making Bloodborne run at 60 FPS is completely out of the fucking question. 10 years of being forgotten. You can't just treat me like some Armored Core fan. Which leads me to the obvious conclusion.
No, why are you throwing shots at the Armored Core fans, man? Armored Core is dope. You keep their name out your mouth, bruh. Alright, that's a solid franchise.
FromSoft hates Bloodborne fans, and they're waiting for us all to die. Let's look at the proof. 2015, Dark Souls 2 Remastered comes out. Prepare to die? More like I want to cry. What the hell is this? This is not Bloodborne. 2016, Dark Souls 3 comes out. Want to hear something funny? You've been able to run Dark Souls 3 at 60 frames per second since the PS5 released. Oh,
Hey.
Miyazaki, you silly little bitch. 28.
Not the egg.
Dark Souls 1 gets remastered so that we can see those big beefers in HD. You could have just put them in Bloodborne, I wouldn't have complained. That same year, FromSoft makes a PSVR game where you can make people sneeze. Isn't that fun?
What?
They were really doing fucking anything other than Bloodborne. 2019, FromSoft lets Activision publish Sekiro so that they can say they've made one good game in the last 20 years. 2020, they remake Demon Souls even though no one played that game. Some people played that game.
Like 7 people played that game. Like 7 whole people played Demon Souls. Bloodborne is a cult classic, bro. It deserves it. It deserves it. I'm not hating on Demon Souls. I'm not. It was something. But dude, Bloodborne, come on, man. Bloodborne deserves it. It really does. It's the best. It's great. It's so good.
Game. 2022, we get open world Dark Souls. Turtle in a motherfucking Pope hat. 10 out
That's a good doggo right there.
of 10. But what?
I didn't like the Demon Souls all that much. I wasn't a big fan of it either. It showed its age. Even with me playing the remastered version, it definitely showed its age. It showed how much, I will admit, it showed how much that company has progressed and has gotten better at their craft. Because, good God, the runbacks in that game. The runbacks alone, you have to basically run through the entire freaking level to get back to the boss. It was absolutely horrendous and a horrible, awful experience. I do not recommend it. I probably wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I would wish it on that guy that talks shit about Expedition 33, though. That guy deserves it. That guy's a terrible human being. Anyway, we're moving on. It wasn't bad. It just isn't nearly as good as the rest of their games. But again, it was the first one they made back in like 2008 or 9. So I can let them slide a little bit. But Bloodborne, though. Bloodborne. Let's keep it a stack. Bloodborne is peak. Even at 30 FPS. Peak.
2, we get open world Dark Souls. Turtle in a motherfucking Pope hat. 10 out of 10, but 1 out of 10. Fuck that turtle, he's not Bloodborne. 2023, FromSoft remembers how to make a fun game. Shame it's not Bloodborne. 1 out of 10. 2024, Elden Ring gets a big DLC. Sick Bloodborne reference there. I remember when Bloodborne got a DLC. 9 years ago. That same year.
That was also a damn good DLC, though. The Old Hunters was a freaking phenomenal DLC. They did good stuff. Peak. Good stuff. Good stuff. Welcome back, Platt. How are you, my friend?
FromSoft commits their most egregious violation yet. This outright proves that they hate Bloodborne fans because only a hater of biblical proportion would do what they did next. You know what they did? After all these years, someone goes, you know what? FromSoft must be too busy to get around to doing all this. They don't hate us. So you know what? I'll make a 60 FPS mod to tide us all over. So he makes it, releases it, then gets mercilessly slaughtered by
No way.
FromSoft's legal team. FromSoft's lawyers, flinking over the little guy, had this to say. Fuck him, he's wrong, we're right. Who's this going to? Oh, okay. Don't worry, no one will ever be hurt by that man's love ever again. They will never find him. In other news, we have, bitch, get your working hands off my suit. This is Balenciaga, and your dry-ass hands are gonna soak up the tears of the Cambodian children that made it. We done here?
Brother! Oh, this dude doesn't miss. This dude doesn't miss. Just give us our fucking Bloodborne already, goddammit. Just give us our Bloodborne. Just please, just give us our Bloodborne.
Then most recently in the story, Sony gets in on this gangbang to sell me a PS5 Pro so I can get the smoothest blurry 30 FPS Bloodborne yet. And what did Sony have to say for themselves? It's about persistence. Did we just sell you less features for $200 more? Yes. But are you poor? I hope not. Who let you in here? And if you...
But are you poor? Yes! Who let you in here? Oh my god, this dude is a treat. Oh my god. Fleekazoid, you're hilarious, brother. You're absolutely hilarious. Oh my god. What's up, Josh? How you doing?
Themselves, it's about... persistence. Did we just sell you less features for $200 more? Yes. But are you poor? I hope not. Who let you in here? And if you think that's bad, that's just the tip. FromSoft's already announced their next 20 years of ignoring Bloodborne. 2026, we're getting Escape from Bloodborne, a new game where Miyazaki goes, hey, you see that game that looks a lot like Bloodborne? Well, it's fucking not. 2027, we're gonna get Dark Souls Barbie Dreamhouse. 2030, Elden Ring movie. 2032, Xbox acquires Miyazaki and uploads him to the OneDrive. 2033, Elden Ring Go-Kart. 2034, Elden Ring Foot Finder, a project in collaboration with Quentin Tarantino. 2030.
Dude, how do I even add to this? What kind of commentary or well thought out dialogue can I add to their complete lunacy that is Fleekazoid and transform it in any sort of way? I don't know. He's just fucking funny. He's just great. He just makes fucking hilarious videos. He makes such great content.
5, Cooking Mama, Prepare to Die edition. Now,
I do want to hear how he pronounced Tarantino again. That was funny.
2032, Xbox acquires Miyazaki and uploads him to the OneDrive. 2033, Elden Ring Go-Kart. 2034, Elden Ring Foot Finder, a project in collaboration with Quentin Tarantino. 2035, Cooking Mama, Prepare to Die edition. Now with special recipes from Bloodborne. No time to explain. Same year, Dark Souls Truckers. 2041, a dating sim with Radon and Makilla called How I Met Your Brother.
I'm fucking done. Give me a minute. Oh, man. Kids, let's walk in. I needed to take a fucking. I needed to take a break for a second. Just walk the fuck away. Just being able to breathe for a minute. Oh man. This dude's fucking gold, man. How does he not have over 1 million subscribers?
Truckers. 2041, a dating sim with Radon and Makilla called How I Met Your Brother. 2042, GTA 6 finally comes out. No new FromSoft games this year. 2040.
Damn. 2042, bro. 2042. GTA, stay catching them strays, man. It's been 12 years. Actually, it's been 13. Sorry. Excuse my ignorance. It's been 13 years since GTA 5 came out, in case y'all weren't keeping track. I was counting. It's been more than freaking 12 years. 13 years, brother. And they've made more money than God in that time frame. Jesus, just give us our freaking game already. Sorry. Back on track.
Thanks to advances in modern medical science, Todd Howard grows a foot taller than he.
The original one. The original GTA 5 release was in 2012. I was a senior in high school. I now have a mortgage, bro. I have a mortgage. I've been filing my taxes for so many years. I'm a fucking adult, man. Got one foot in the grave already. Like, what the fuck? Oh, sorry. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Shove it. Shove it. Shove it down. Shove it down. Walk it up. Throw away the key. It's good. I certainly will not. No lasting implications, I promise. I want them to throw shade at GTA again.
2042, GTA 6 finally comes out. No new FromSoft games this year. 2049, thanks to advances in modern medical science, Todd Howard grows a foot taller than he is now, making him a whopping 5'6". 2053.
What did Todd Howard do to this man?
3. Shitty Skylines, Dung Eater's Paradise. 2057, Need for Souls, where they add dodge rolling to avoid oncoming traffic. At this point, my balls
Those poor kids.
will be swinging past my knees, and I won't have one more frame than I did 40 years ago. 2061, From Software releases SoulsNet, an AI program that gains control over every country with N-word capabilities. But then one day, this AI goes rogue and starts sending barrages of N-bombs at every city across the world, wiping out 90% of humanity and leaving us in ruin. Bam, bam, bam! We're all dead! 2062, Lego Dark Souls comes out. At this point, I'm on my deathbed, and as I fade gently into the voluptuous bosoms of the busted nuns waiting to receive me, I'll faintly hear Geoff Keighley's voice in the other room announcing,
"We've got a real special treat for everyone."
Me and my wife, Hideo-san, are proud to announce Bloodborne 2. Fast 2 Furious, a new and exciting racing game in the world of Bloodborne. Here we go. Voluptuous bosoms. Honor. N-word capabilities. Honor.
Oh. I truly don't know if I could even make that into a video, man. I don't think I had anything of substance to that. It's just perfect the way it is. Guys, Fleekazoid right here. Fleekazoid. Y'all better go subscribe to him immediately. Give him a like. Just, yeah. Oh, what y'all think of that one? Oh, man. I can't breathe.
Meet Cooper.
This was suggested by Cosmic. Voluptuous indeed. GTA 5 and Skyrim are competing for most re-releases. Dude, it's ridiculous how many re-releases they've released recently. Say that 5 times fast. I subbed the minute you sent me that vid in the DMs. Yeah, dude, that Dragon Ball Z one's hilarious too. Okay, this one is When Gamers Turn into 5-Star Voice Actors by Top Gaming Plays. Let's do this.
Tank. A4! A4! Wake up!
Oh, jeez.
Wake up, A4! You robot mother. Bummin'! Get down! Hang on!
Shitty Skylines program, by the way. Love City Skylines, but that one got me.
Going in on that SOB! Back up from it, A4! They got me surrounded! They got me surrounded!
Put the frickin' dramatic music going too. Oh! That was nice though. Oh no! He didn't make it!
You tell Tina! You tell Tina!
Oh! Jesus.
I'll give you everything I have! I'll give you everything I have! Wait! No! I'll give you everything I have!
Oh, Cosmic, you let him do this to you? Cosmic, buddy, you let him embarrass you like that?
No, do this! I'll give you everything I have! Don't fish me off, please!
I'm sorry, little one.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey guys, look at this.
I can't wait for the war to be over.
You have someone special at home?
Yeah. Your mother.
Okay, bro.
You know, I kind of saw that coming, and it still caught me off guard.
Using Bravo.
You're coming with me to the shower.
No.
Whoa.
I want a full body wash.
No. No.
Oh, shoot, what's up?
Oh, God. The graphics.
God dang! Oh, it's you! Notorious dead! I should have known! I should have known! Get off of me! You came out here with a knife?
Let's make a trade deal. Yeah. See this flashlight? This is the nicest flashlight you have ever seen in your life. I know you want this flashlight. All you have to do is give me that key. All you have to do. And you can have this state-of-the-art pro flashlight. I know you want it.
I don't trust that for a heartbeat.
Trade.
You're such a monster. You're such a monster.
Bro, that's just wrong. That's why you should not let tiny children play online games. Right there. That's why. Well, a multitude of other potentially much worse reasons. But that's one of them. That right there.
Fuck you! I have a family! I have a family! I have a family!
Had. Jesus.
What the fuck?
Was that a
He tried letting us know.
I'm not leaving without my fucking comrades.
You just left.
Oh, I'm not leaving without my comrades.
What a dick.
You're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to.
Help me.
Get on the bed. No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You get out of here.
No! No, don't do it to me!
Oh, you already know we're gonna do it to you, sir. Get him on the bed, boys.
No.
I'm coming to join.
No. No.
No, I'm just a little boy. I'm sorry. I can see the light. I'm so cold. I'm gone. I'm sorry. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I can see the light. I can see the light. Tell my mom I love her.
Son of a bitch. Already is hammering the fuck.
These people take these games too serious, bro.
We're Snipes! Snipes, hold in there! I don't want to lose you, Snipes!
Damn.
Captain Country, hey!
Oh, you're 100% right, Cosmic. Just turn around and shoot, bro. Dude, he turned into paste. Hello.
Hi, friends.
Hello, governor. Oh.
Phantom. Exterior like fish eggs, interior like suicide wrist rags. I could exercise you. This could be your phys ed. Cheat on your man, homie. Ah, I tried to sneak through the door, man. Can't make it. Can't make it. The shit's stuck. Out of my way, son. Door stuck. Door stuck. Please.
Ruined the whole freestyle, bro.
We're dead. You're a genuine dick sucker.
Oh no!
I know he was pissed.
Help, please.
Coming.
I beg.
Where?
Right here. What is it?
Oh.
I'm scared. What is it?
Oh, you're
What
cooked,
is it?
brother.
Stepped on a mine.
Heidi.
Okay, I'll take everything that you have, put it in the corner, and then you are just going to get off that mine and come right around that corner, okay? You're not gonna die from this. This isn't the end.
Oh no, he's.
It feels like the end of me, boss.
No, you're done. You're done, bud.
Ready?
I'm sorry.
Run to my voice as soon as you get off.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You know what I like to do? This is how I use this MO. Ready? Watch. Move. Move out the way. Here we go. Here we go. Ready? Ready?
Look at this glorious sight. All of these ships hovering above this godforsaken rock, waiting to shoot down hell divers to take this planet for our own.
I do this.
Oh, I love it.
Dude, that was clutch. That was mad impressive, bro. He might actually have a future in some voice actor work. I was thoroughly impressed by that. Some chick at Other Live is trying to sell her dumb product. She's trying to make people think they can get rid of eye bags by just rubbing some makeup. LOL. I love that guy's voice. That shit almost made the cake. Wow, Platt. Apparently it doesn't take much.
Out the way. Here we go. Here we go. Ready? Ready?
Look at this glorious sight. All of these ships hovering above this godforsaken rock, waiting to shoot down hell divers to take this planet for our own.
I do this.
That is so impressive. That's damn good. What is this game? It looks so goofy. What the hell's happening to the map? Or the flag? Oh.
Take up the other
I'm sorry I have to do this to you.
Oh, wow. Hey, do you like the new 380 guns? They were just installed last week.
Meanwhile.
Holy shit! This is a fucking horror movie!
You think they need help down there?
Fucking cinema!
Whoa, look at all the colors! They're like space marbles!
Holy shit!
I mean, why doesn't Command just send down more hell divers? Why is it always 4-man squads?
It's a good question, but I don't ask questions, because that's treason.
Yeah, suppose you're right.
Let me ask this guy. Excuse me, sir?
No, I found it.
Yes, what is it?
Would you happen to know where Haywood is?
Haywood, I think it's,
Yes, hey, would you blow me?
Motherfucker!
Damn.
Kill them! Shoot them
This will distract him. Run! Run! No, I gotta run this way!
Okay, well, fine. I'm gonna have to run with you.
Why? What's over here?
Warned you.
Oh! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck!
Oh,
Oh, no, 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 no!
no!
Brothers! Brothers! Run! Run, brothers! Tony!
Oh my god.
Hey, wait a minute. I think he still sees me. Wait.
Yeah, you're dead.
She-bar, she-bar, she-bar.
What happened? There's a thumper, a humper, a real chumper. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Saw the cumper, I mean chumper.
Welcome back, Kings.
Oh, fuck! My legs! My legs!
No, run me!
You can't do that to me! Hey! Our teammates are dying, dude! My fucking leg!
It's like that Family Guy meme with Peter. Ooh. Ah. Oh. All right, I'm done. Sorry, you really have to commit to the bit, especially if it's a Family Guy bit.
I'm so in pain right now! I'm so in pain right now! Do you understand?
What up, King J Dizzle? How you doing, man? How you doing? All right, my friends. I hope you guys enjoyed this this stream. Hope you guys had a good time. We only got through, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We only got through 6. We got through 6 out of like the 13 videos. Stay frosty, yes sir, yes sir. Should we add to the death counter because of how hard you laughed earlier? Sure enough, go ahead. Fuck it. So there's still some videos that I had circled for later. So if you guys want to see a part 2 to this, you let me know. If you guys come up with any funny videos off of YouTube you want me to react to, let me know. Some of these videos that we reviewed, I want to turn into VODs and put on the channel. So let me know what you guys think of those. Like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. But I got work super early in the morning. I need to get some rest. So anyway, I hope you guys have an awesome night. I appreciate all of you. And I'll see y'all tomorrow night. Peace.